Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Sunday, everybody. Okay, so let's see who's here. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in. Hey, Aisha. Hey, girl. Hey, sweet Capricorn. Good morning. Miss Nola in the building. Monica Gardner, Universal Tea with Marie. Make sure you subscribe to Marie's channel as well. Marie, why didn't you remind me I need to make something for you? Girl, you have to remind me because remind me. So yeah, I need to actually make something for you. I'm glad you popped in here. Okay. Diane. Y'all have to remember the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So if I haven't been on top of something, make sure you squeak a little bit so I can come and finish what I need to do. I do what I need to do. Because there's a lot going on like 3 different channels. To be honest, on 3 different channels, there's like different things going on at one time. So it's easy to like get super busy. Danae, good morning, good morning, good morning, Hunty. Hey Rod, good morning to you as well. Good morning. Is it Shakira? Hope I pronounced it right. Hey Arisa, and we have Della, Jacqueline, Daniel, that cool kid. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Kelly. Hey Shell, hey Sandra. And also, okay, the Me Watch. All right, so a lot of people are up this morning, okay? So yeah, make sure you hit the like button on your way in. And basically, the first thing we need to do is actually make sure you sign. Oh, I try. Okay. Shakura, okay, Shakura. Okay, I'm gonna stop butchering it. I'm gonna call you Miss Johnson for now. Okay. Okay, Cora. It's like Cora. Okay. Shakura. Okay, Shakura. Hey, okay, Shakura. All right, thanks for giving me that. Okay. Hey, Betty. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. Okay, so basically, if you have not watched my last video, you are going to be lost on what I'm talking about. Okay, you are going to be lost, hunty lost, and y'all already know. Sometimes I give a refresher, and sometimes I don't. So if you haven't like watched all my videos and kept up with everything, a lot of times you are going to be lost in the sauce. Let's see how many signatures we have on the petition. On the Justice for Shanquella Robinson petition. Let's see how many signatures we have. Let's see. We are currently at 36,771 signatures. So that's good. So we will soon be at 37,000 signatures, and it's at change.org/Shanquella. That's change.org/Shanquella. And some people actually thought like, oh, you forgot about Shanquella because I see you over there reporting on. I'm like, y'all really do miss me. Y'all really do miss me because that's only been like 3 days since my last video on this channel. 3 days. Like y'all can't even like me. It's been 3 days. Like, how can I forget in 3 days, y'all? Come on now. I have 3 channels, so like I have to make sure I just do something on each. Okay. The other one now, to be honest, the other channel, my main channel, is the one that I had abandoned for a long time. I have abandoned that channel. It was like a ghost town. So I've been over there kind of doing some of the same things, just and some kind of like looking up things. And now that one is a little bit more messier than this channel. This is more activism related, and that one is more like more entertainment and mess. Okay, so she got her popcorn, hunty. Yes, hunty. Yes. It's just like no, I told y'all before that he responded to me before, but I never really posted like the message, whatever, because I was trying to, I don't have to post. Sometimes you don't post everything to social media because then some people won't open up to you anymore or trust you anymore because you're blasting everything that they say. So, but today I did ask, I said, can I post this? Right. So I did ask if I can post this. I'm not like, oh, I just got a message and I'm just posting it. Okay. Yes, auntie. Yes, you already showing me love early in the morning. I love it. Hey, thank you, Arissa. So thank you to Arissa for the super sticker. Thanks, auntie. I appreciate it. And for everybody else, y'all can support the channel by just hitting the like button to get this video into the algorithm. And make sure you also sign the petition at change.org/Shanquella. And also, once you sign it, share it with as many people as possible, okay? And let's see. Hey, Carly C. So I hope everyone has signed it. Secondly, I see Gerardo Zuniga has posted a new video, part 2. Now, part 2, it didn't look like anything I needed to break down, but someone did want me to break it down, but it was only one person. I'm like, I can email you if it's just one person. So y'all press 1 if y'all need me to break down Gerardo Zuniga's part 2 video. Press 2 if it's okay and you understood the second part, because I know the first part a lot of people didn't understand, but this one only one person like reached out and said, hey, I need a breakdown. And I can email one person, but if it's multiple people, then I'll just make a video. Okay. Hey, Madam LTM. So one person responded. So Danae wants me to break it down. So what I'll do is, just in case other people are not here and they never like comment or they just stay in the bushes because they act like I bite or something, I will just go ahead and I'll just try to comment on all of his videos. Like I'll break down his videos that are just subtitles without any translator, right? So then I'll break it down. Okay, so let me get this last super chat, then I'll get to Nazir's response. Yes, auntie, yes. Thank you for the super sticker, Shell. Thanks for supporting my channel. I appreciate it, girl. So y'all spoiled me early in the morning. Okay. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to complain. Okay, so basically in my last video, I discussed my educated guess on Shanquella's condition once Nazir arrived. Okay. And basically, an educated guess is like, I'll just give you the definition. It's like a guess based on knowledge and experience and therefore likely to be correct. Okay. Or it can be like a guess that is made using judgment in a particular level of knowledge and is therefore more likely to be correct. My knowledge that I have was just listening to medical examiners and also the death certificate. Okay, and other information that has been gathered from other like experts in the death certificate. The death certificate states that her cause of death was atlas luxation. So that was her diagnosis. Like that's what they said that was her ultimate cause of death that led her to her death. So once someone diagnosed you with something, more than likely is because you have the symptoms or you exhibit that signs or characteristics or behaviorisms or whatever field you're in or whatever of that ailment, disease, illness, or whatever else they're diagnosing. So yeah, so she had, to me, I'm like, okay, if that's on her death certificate, that means that she had to have symptoms. She had to be exhibiting all the symptoms or signs of having that condition. And with that condition, based on an expert that came on to Nancy Gray's channel, they said with that condition, so a person will be paralyzed from the neck down, like 100% paralysis. The person will be able to see what's going around or be able to see. The person will be able to hear and also understand, because sometimes we have to clarify like hearing and understanding. A lot of people can hear what someone is saying. That doesn't mean that they'll understand or comprehend what's going on. Okay, so you can be able to hear but not understand. Okay, so somebody can hear beep, 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 or they can hear someone say a sentence, but then they won't understand the sentence or the meaning of the words or sentence. Okay. So yeah, so she could hear and she could also understand what was going on. So she didn't lose like complete, like like she still had her intelligence or her wits or anything that was about her mind or being able to comprehend and understand her competence. Okay, it was still there. She was still like cognizant of her what was going on. Okay, so and then this is come from a medical examiner, so I'm going to replay that medical examiner stating that condition. So once I heard that, number one, her cause of death was outlet luxation, and number two, a medical expert described the symptoms of outlet luxation. And then Nazir, he described her being unresponsive. So that's when I said in my last video that I will re-listen to Nazir's video. I will listen to his video again, and then I will like try to listen to how he described Shanquella and how her how he described her basically like her condition. And then he said words like chilling, and I was like, if someone is chilling, when I walk into a room, when I say someone is chilling, I would assume that their eyes are open or they're doing something that will be relaxing, like relaxation. If someone was sleeping or I thought that person was sleeping or napping, I would walk in and say, I wouldn't say that person is chilling. I would walk in there and say, oh, they're sleeping or they're resting or they're taking a nap, right? Now, if it was over a phone, if it was a phone call, then that would be different. I would be like, oh, we over here chilling. But even then, I would be like, oh, they sleep and I'm chilling. But yeah, that's not a word I would use. So that's what made me think like, oh yeah, this could definitely be outlet luxation. Nazir also said that she was unresponsive. So I was like, okay, well, there's different levels of unresponsiveness. So he also kept saying that he wanted her to speak. He's like, speak, say something, get up. And I'm like, usually you don't say that when someone is just like asleep. You don't say speak to someone that eyes are closed. You want to be like, speak. So everything he said described outlet luxation, in my opinion. It was someone that could see, someone could and appear to be chilling, someone that could possibly hear, and someone that couldn't move, because he said he had to move her from the game room to the living room. So I'm like, that's someone that can't move. So that would be paralysis. So all the symptoms he described that. So that's why I put that together. So let me go ahead and play the medical examiner audio again. And then let's see. Once I play that, I'm going to show the message from Nazir to put it into context. The Me Watch, thank you so much, y'all. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel. Thank you, the Me Watch, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Are you new to this channel, or are you on both channels? Because I think I saw you on my Dani Robertson channel. Because I think a lot of people now are like coming like back on both channels. Okay. So I appreciate the support on both channels. And everybody else, go ahead and support the channel by just hitting the like button, okay? Okay. So let me go ahead and pull up the Nancy Grace video. And my video on that is called Nancy Grace is Back. Oh, Nancy Grace is Back. Oh, wait, I think I actually might pull up my own last video. Yeah, I'll pull up my own video. And my last video is actually revisiting Nazeer Wiggins' video. And basically we just went over Nazir's video, and we basically were just breaking it down and trying to see keywords or clue words to see if he was describing symptoms of someone, right? And that's when that's when I reached out to him. Was it last night or today? I can't remember. I wake up early, so no telling. It could have been early in the morning. Okay, so I reached out to him basically to ask him, could you just answer one question? Was her eyes open? Like she was looking around or anything like that? That was my question to him, right? Hold on a second. Oops. I done showed y'all the message ahead of time. Now y'all already got it already before I even got to the part. I could have done the wrong thing and showed y'all. But somebody can screenshot that as already posted. I'm trying to keep it in order so y'all won't be lost in the sauce because there are some people that haven't seen it. But anyways, y'all don't see the message now. And I know my people are messing, so they already got that double back, clip back. Ooh, yes, y'all be on it. Anyway, let me go ahead and finish the video because y'all already ahead of me now because I clicked on the wrong one. Okay, so here's my last video in that state of atlas luxation. So I hope that is kind of clear of what I'm doing for this live. And also, if someone wants to come up and give their own opinion, then I will drop the link. All you have to do is say, drop the link, and I'll let you come up here and give your opinion on this topic as well. And also, I have a number as well if someone wanted to call in. But it's kind of late, so I don't know. I might have to do this in the afternoon, but I wanted to go ahead and put this out tonight. And then I still have another live planned at another time. Okay, first we're going to listen to the medical examiner give the symptoms of atlas luxation, internal decapitation, okay? And then we're going to listen to Nazir's video.
Is being killed. I'm just going to go out on a limb because according to the autopsy report, she died within 15 minutes of the blow to the head. What? And I try not to do it, Dr. Gallagher, but I keep putting my little girl, I keep thinking, what if I was having to look at this video and it was my girl or my son? And I can't even imagine what Miss Robinson is going through. Could you detail for people that have not seen the video, and Fox Nation, I hope you're running it, what this girl, Shanquella, went through with her friends?
You know, certainly the trauma is, it's just, well, number one, it's disgusting. The entire episode, the entire situation is just absolutely disgusting. You know, after she got attacked, she felt every blow to her body. And when she got the fatal blow to the head, you can feel that within your body. You can feel your bones breaking. You can feel the paralysis come over you. You are unable to defend yourself. You have no connection to your arms and your legs any further. So you cannot move. You cannot walk. You are 100% totally helpless. You know, but still you are conscious. You are still conscious for part of that time. And you can still see the people around you. You are still very aware of the violent situation around you. You can still hear the voices of the people, you know, who are attacking you.
But she wouldn't be able to move, right? Because her spine had been severed.
Right. She would be 100% paralyzed, and she would not be able to move her arms, her legs. She would not even be able to speak. But she still would be able to hear, and she still would be able to see. You know, and that's the horror of the entire situation. You'd still be able to understand what you're hearing. You'll still be able to see the violence around you, even though your spinal cord was severed. Yes.
A few moments ago, Jackie waved a note at me, which I thought in the heat.
So that's just a brief refresher for those that did not watch my last live. That's how the medical examiner described Shanquella's cause of death, which is atlas luxation, and what she will be experiencing once she had atlas luxation. And as I have stated, just because you have atlas luxation, it does not mean that you will immediately die in 15 minutes. Just as the estimated time of death are time that you have left to live. There's a lot of times where doctors will tell someone that you only have 5 months left to live. You will have only a year left to live. Some people actually die before that time. Some people die after that time. And some people just live their normal life. And they live out their whole life. They live way past that time, like way beyond. So it's just an estimate. So with severe atlas luxation, the estimated time for someone to still be alive and not succumb to their injury is 15 minutes. So that's why the medical examiner put 15 minutes. However, they did not, that medical examiner did not calculate a precise and exact time of death, as you would most likely hear. It will be like something like this person died exactly at this time of death on like the death certificate. It just says like an estimated 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up Nazir's message. If you haven't watched Nazir's video again, go ahead and watch this video again and do what we did in our last video, which was compare Nazir's video and how he described Shanquella to the medical examiner's description of the condition and symptoms of atlas luxation. And to me, that it did match. So this is his message. Where is it? I already had posted it already, but I'm gonna post it again. Well, I posted earlier in this live by accident. Okay, so here's his message. This is his IG, and he says, I asked, this is my question I asked, can you answer this one question? I believe that she was unresponsive, and I believe that you are not criminally responsible for what happened. My question is, was her eyes open at any time when you arrived? Like, was she able to look around? And he wrote, you ever been so drunk you wake up dazed or just in a sense of where the fuck am I at? Well, that's what I walked into her resembling signs of alcohol poisoning. So I followed proper procedures till the nurse arrived. And yes, she could open her eyes, but could not get no words out to me. I tried my hardest to make her comfortable. And then I put, thanks for responding. So I was right. The way you described her is what happens when someone has atlas luxation. They can see and hear, but they cannot speak or move. Then I put, can I share this or do you want it to remain private? And then he responded, basically he just thought that I would, he thought I was already going to post this anyway without his permission. So yeah. Now this isn't the first time he responded to me. This is actually like, I think the second time he responded to me. Okay. So it's not the first time. So basically let me go over this message. Basically he said that says, you ever been so drunk you were up, you ever been so drunk you wake up dazed or just in a sense of where the fuck am I at? Well, that's what I walked in her resembling signs of alcohol poisoning. So I followed proper procedures till the nurse arrived. So my guess is that he probably looked up how to like help someone with alcohol poisoning. He probably like a lot of times when things happen, to be honest, people Google like how to do this and how to do that. So I won't be surprised if he just Googled like how to help someone that's with alcohol poisoning or whatever. I don't know. Because he said, so I followed proper procedures. So I guess he thought he had to, how can he know how to treat alcohol poisoning? So he said, follow proper procedures till the nurse arrived, which we all know now is Dr. Caroline Ornelas, who is actually a doctor. And then he put, and yes, she could open her eyes, but could not get no words out to me. Now let's go back to what the medical examiner said. Okay. The medical examiner said with atlas luxation, you will be able to see and even hear and understand, but not be able to speak. And that's what I said, that my video is correct on what I think her condition was. And then of course, she also want to be able to move. She would actually want to be able to move herself around, like move, because she'd be paralyzed. So, and I'm not just pulling this out of thin air, because this is what's on her death certificate. So no one can say she doesn't have atlas luxation. She didn't have that. She didn't have it. She didn't have it. Yes, she did. It's on her death certificate. It says cause of death, atlas luxation. So if she had it, like if you have something, that means you have to have the symptoms and the signs and exhibiting the signs or symptoms of that illness or ailment. So she had it. Okay, so she did have what the medical examiner described, the symptoms. So that's why I said that, in my opinion, when he got there, she had atlas luxation. And then that's why I went back to his video to rewatch it, because once you learn something new, like new information on like a condition or something else, you revisit a video and say, let me examine this video under a new lens. And under a new lens, I examined it to say, is it true that, or is it possible that everything he's describing would fit into the match with the death certificate? Okay. Cause of death. So yeah. So when he got there, it wasn't like her eyes were moving around. Okay. And that goes along with what a medical examiner would say. And also, if someone goes to court, like when this goes to court, a medical expert will also give the signs and symptoms of atlas luxation. And if it matches with Nazir's statement, then it go hand in hand. Okay. But that's when I put, thanks for responding. So I was right. The way you described her is what happens when someone has atlas luxation. They can see and hear, but they cannot speak or move. And he put, of course he had put, and yes, she could open her eyes, but could not get no words out to me. Yeah, I tried my hardest to make her comfortable. So that's his response. Okay. Okay, let me look at your comments. Wait 1 second.
You, even though your spinal cord was severed, yes.
A few moments.
Still hear the voices of the people, who are attacking you.
But she wouldn't be able.
Sitting inside a jail cell instead of walking around freely. Yes, most everyone agrees that we want justice for Shanquella and we want people to be arrested. Number one, for brutal attack, and number two, those who covered up and omitted. Welcome to everyone joining this evening. Please be sure to hit the like button on your way in. Good morning, Shell. Hey, Tawana. And okay, so basically we have just,
when
okay, basically this is just a screen recording of me talking. I already read over the messages. And then I'm just clicking through to show you that it's his real page. And yeah, if y'all know me, I already know how to look and see if someone's real page or not. This is his real page. And as you can see, he's actually talking. You can actually see who's following him right here. It says followed by even like the real Martin Lewis, who LA from NC, and others, like basically whoever I follow and we have like in common. So that was his real page right here. Okay. Now I'm going to show you the following message, since I already showed. Can I share this, or do you want it to remain private? And he responded, let me upload what he responded. I'll post that one, but I'm not going to post the other one because I need to keep a good rapport so I can have other questions answered. Okay, so let me go ahead and upload it. He said, as if y'all needed or wanted my approval anyways, by any means, do as you please. But if you get pulled down by the FBI or anybody else for trying to play detective in open investigation, that's 100% on you, child. Now, I doubt this because basically he has already given his statements to the police and FBI. He's already given his statements. So there would be no need for me to have to give any kind of statement or anything. I mean, he has already told them like this. By now, he has already told the FBI, like, giving a statement about what he arrived and how Shanquella was acting and everything else. So there's no need for anybody else to be needed or whatever, just for commentary. So let me upload this first. Wait 1 second. Let me upload this. Now, I don't know if he will answer any of my other questions. That's why I said, he responded once before and then responded now, but then the other ones he ignored. So let me see. Where is it? And just to think about, like, her being able to, like, even listening to what the medical examiner stated and hearing how he described it, that's crazy to be able to, like, see and hear and understand, but not be able to speak. They are going down. They are going to go down because that's clearly describes atlas luxation, right? That clearly describes atlas luxation, and nothing else really. It definitely does not describe alcohol poisoning. Obviously, it definitely describes some sort of like atlas luxation, like her cause of death and what she would be experiencing. So definitely is homicide. Definitely is. And to think about, after being attacked, now you can't even, like, that's like, to be honest, that's like a horror movie, like a scary movie, to be attacked so savagely and brutally. And then it's kind of like when you see in like a scary movie, a horror film, right? And the person is like, they're unable to communicate or talk, and then someone comes, and then they think that person can rescue them or help them, but they can't communicate or whatever. I forgot what movie that was, but it's horrifying to not be able to communicate. But then people see your eyes are open, right? People see your eyes are open. They can see that you're like, your eyes are still darting around, like being able to look around, right? Okay, let me download this. Where is it? Okay, because I also I have to go on my other channel as well, because I spoke to someone else on another thing I'm talking about or discussing on that one. Let me take this down. Okay, on here, on this one, it says, this is when I put, can I share this or do you want it to remain private? And then his response was, let me take this other thing down. Wait 1 second. He's blocking it on. He responded, as if y'all needed or wanted my approval anyways, by any means, do as you please. But if you get pulled down by the FBI or anybody else for trying to play detective in an open investigation, that's 100% on you. Ooh. Yeah, something. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. He did make another response, but it was more towards me and not like to share the message. So I won't post that because, to be honest, I have other questions and I don't want to mess up stuff where I can't be able to ask any other questions. That's dumb to do. So yeah, that's pretty much it for now. Yeah. So yeah, basically I wanted to, before I try to piece things together, I want to make sure that I'm correct. I don't want to keep on talking about when he got there, she had atlas luxation and she had all the symptoms of it. If she wasn't even able to open her eyes or anything, and her eyes weren't able to like look around or anything like that. And he said she wasn't able to get any words out. So, yeah. So when he said she wasn't able to get any words out. The medical examiner said you wouldn't be able to speak, right? So that matches up. But based on how he describes it now, it seems like she was trying to speak, but she couldn't get any words out. Right? Because if someone is completely, their lips are sealed and they're not trying to speak, you would just say, that person isn't talking. You would say, oh, she wasn't talking, or she wasn't speaking. He said she couldn't get any words out. So that means to me she was attempting to speak, but no words would come out. So I can only imagine how she wanted to try to communicate or talk or try to tell him, hey, guess what happened? This is what happened. This is what happened to me. This is what happened to me. She already heard the others saying alcohol poisoning, or probably saying other lies and everything else. So she probably wanted to speak to Nazir and say, this is what happened. This is what happened. Like, this is the truth. But she could only like move her eyes and she couldn't get any words out. She couldn't speak. And also, even for like the doctor, because think about it. Yeah, y'all, this is just a lot. It's like a scary movie, to be honest. That's why we keep saying justice for Shanquella, right? Like justice for Shanquella. This is like, this is crazy. And like even the first time I heard the medical examiner describe the condition, I was like, whoa, that's horrifying and scary. To be attacked and then not be able to like counter or go against it or speak up for yourself, right? To be alive but still silence. You're alive but you're still silence. And when you're listening to your attackers and people covering up what they've done to you, a lot of different people, and you cannot really go against it, right? So yeah, make sure everyone keeps signing and sharing the petition. And also, I say sign and share the petition, but also the main reason I say sign and share the petition is because I send out emails every now and then, not as frequent now because there's not as many updates, but I need everyone to email. Like a lot of times it's repetitive because I'm sending out a lot of the same emails. I need everybody to keep applying pressure with the email. I sent out one this morning to Leah. So I need everybody to message Leah and message Leah, like send a quick email just saying, hey, update on Shanquella Robinson, get a provisional arrest. Keep on stressing that we need a provisional arrest warrant for Dejanay Jackson first. Once we get her, we want the others as well. But like I said, oh yeah, let me clarify my message, because a lot of times I put things out and people twist and spin and turn into some crazy conspiracy or weird stuff. Let me clarify my message. Let me go back to my message because I want to clarify this before I get off here. Child, let me clarify this because I don't want to get twist and spun into something it's not. Wait. Now, a lot of people want people to speak up and give answers. They want somebody from Cabo to give us some answers. Now, when someone finally gives some kind of answer, a little more insight, people go crazy and start like, if you start attacking too much, and then guess what? Somebody's gonna clam up and they're not gonna answer any more questions. So then we'll be back like just speculating, like, oh, we don't get any answers. They're not talking. I wonder why people are not talking, because they get attacked when they talk, and then they stop talking. Right. So let's see. So yeah, once this gets out and everybody starts attacking and spinning and twisting and conspiracy and doing all this, and then they're going to be like, oh, I wish they would answer some questions. I'm like, I wouldn't answer any more questions, to be honest, if people keep going crazy with it. Okay, so when I said, let me pull this up, child. Wait, hold on. Let me take this picture down. Where is it? I'm actually even thinking about I need to actually send an email on that one, but that's my other channel, child. Okay, so let me go back to this screen recording. This is the message, of course, and then right here showing that when I click through on IG, and then it brought me to his page, like right there, and then this is the main page with the follow. Look at the real official page with the follower amount, who's following him, and different things. This is the real Nazir page. It's not a fake page. And I also spoke to this page before, so it's not like I haven't spoken to this page before. Now, when I said I believe that you're not criminal, pay attention to Don Twist and said, oh, she said he's not responsible at all. He's not responsible at all. That's what she said. Look at my wording. Pay attention to my wording. I said, I believe that you're not criminally. So if you see anyone out there saying, oh, she's saying that he's not responsible at all, I said criminally responsible. Now, civilly, yes. So when it could be a level of negligence for civilly. Okay. Civil negligence. Okay. But not criminal, like he did something like a crime that'd be locked up. But civilly, could he be sued? Yes. And that's not like, I don't sugarcoat. Could he be sued? Yes. The doctor, the maid, all those people could be sued. That's why I said civilly, in civil court of law, he can be held responsible. The doctor, everybody else. But criminally, I don't think so, because he wasn't there during the brutal attack. And then when he got there, the Cabo 5 lied to him. They lied to him about Shanquella's condition. Okay. So that's why I said criminally, you're not, I don't believe that you're criminally responsible. But civilly, Dr. Nazir, different people can be held responsible civilly. So don't twist my words. Let me read your comments, and that will be it for now. If you have any questions about these text messages, let me know in the comments right now before I log off. I'm LA, you got to catch the replay. I'm about to head to I'm about to go on my first channel. I'm about to go to my first channel right now. So my main channel. So I can't recap. Let me read some comments. Okay, that's when there was no sound. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. Now, I do have other questions. I don't know if he will answer or not. I will try. Okay. But I just threw this out there because it was on my mind, because I keep on having like imagining like how she was when he got there and how her condition was, because like with this condition atlas luxation on her death certificate, how it's described is so terrifying. So I was like, if I find out like her eyes were open and moving around or whatever, then that would confirm that that the terrifying description is actually real. And then she couldn't get any words out, is how he described it. So she was trying to talk. She was trying to speak up and tell. And like I said, hashtag justice for Shanquella. Okay. Now, I did ask before about those videos, but he never posted them. And he actually ignored that message. He ignored it. Do you think anything is ever going to be done? Will they finally be charged? Hashtag justice for Shanquella. Yes, I do, but I believe it's a slow progress. It takes time and it's slow. Now, I did email this morning the FBI spokesperson, Shelly Lynch, for an update, but it is the weekend, it's Sunday, so a lot of times people really don't answer emails. Now, during the week, like weekday, when I usually like email her, she quickly responds, right? And actually, I don't know if she responded before on the weekend or not when it was Gerardo Zuniga, when I was sending a picture about that. I can't recall right now, to be honest. But I do know it's a weekend now, so I did email her for an update. And y'all know if I get an update, I will let y'all know. Yes, it's very terrifying to even think about, Marie. Yes, this is how you can support my channel. And again, thanks to everybody that sent a super chat and everybody else to support the channel, and also everybody else just hit the like button. Hey, Karen. Hey, so uniquely me. Hey, girl. Hey, I hope you've been okay. I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope everything is okay with you. Good morning. Hey, Carly C. Yeah, I'm gonna edit that part out of the video with no sound. For that, I was just replaying what the medical examiner stated. If you actually want to see the full video, make sure this is a link to the full video. Okay. The title is Revisiting Nazir Wiggins Video and the Cause of Death, Atlas Luxation. That's the full video. And it's actually, woo child, that's a long video, like 5 hours long. So I'm definitely not going to go over that whole video again. Yeah. Yeah, you already heard the medical examiner. Yeah, this is a playlist. I actually need to update the playlist. So I do have a Justice for Shanquella Robinson playlist with a lot of videos from start to finish of this whole thing. All over the place, not clear on topic, how, but the audio was silent. Rozzy, Rose, or however you pronounce your name, I said at the beginning of this video, I'm not doing a refresher on everything. How I run my channel is I build off the next video. My videos are different than some people's. I don't just have one topic for each video. I mean, I do have one topic for each video, but if you don't watch my previous video on revisiting Nazir Wiggins, when we did a 5-hour live on examining Nazir's video based on the condition and under the lens of having Atlas luxation, you're not going to understand the follow-up video. This is a follow-up video to that. And to be honest, I'm not going to go over the whole video of what happened before. That's kind of like if you're watching a TV show and there's season 1, and then you're on season 1 episode 40, and then someone says, "Hey, can you tell me what happened?" And you're like, when you get time, go check out the whole series yourself, and you catch up, and you catch up and watch all the videos up until episode 40. Don't come in like halfway, midway, and say, "Hey, what happened? What happened? Or what's going on?" Because everybody else that's been here has watched a lot of videos, or even the last video, they already know what's going on and what's happening. So that's why I say it's not. My channel is not like that. You have to actually know what happened in the previous video. And the main reason is because a lot of times I do live investigations or live research, and then I don't even know what's going to happen in each video. Okay. So again, if you don't know what this video is about and what's happening, it's because you didn't watch my previous video. For alcohol to be put into play shows a conspiracy to cover up what happened. And also for them not to mention at all about the fighting. I mean, like, why not say, yeah, we were drinking and also there was fighting in Cabo, right? So they kept on saying that it was some drinking, but then they covered up that it was fighting. So that was definitely cover up and omission. I feel she was having thoughts of, dang, I should not have come or came. I'm sure she passed soon after because she was not getting oxygen. Well, she passed when the doctor got there, right? The doctor was working on her, right? Yes, Hunter. Yeah, she already played the audio from Nancy Grace from another video. Feel free to check out our playlist, and she's now showing Nazir. And actually, the Nancy Grace video is way, that's like what videos and videos and videos ago. So that's really old. So technically, most people probably wouldn't even play Nancy Grace video. They would just say, go watch Nancy Grace's back video, and you're lost in the sauce. Tisha Jimerson, Truth Teller, I agree with your medical thought. Yeah, and it's not just based on my opinion. It's based on this medical examiner right here, another medical examiner I had on my channel before, forensic medical examiner, and also the death certificate, the cause of death. So that's why I said my educated guess. So it's not based, it's based on that, all the knowledge I've obtained so far. I'm guessing she was transitioning from the game room to living room, baby. That last move did it. In my opinion, we don't know what could we can't say that now. Can someone moving people around, could that actually worsen the condition? Yes. However, that's like someone saying, like, if I were to shoot someone in the head and then the EMT take a long time to get there, take a long time to get to the house, home. And then they take a long time to get to the hospital. And then people can say, well, if the EMT didn't do XYZ, then the person would have survived, right? In most cases, the EMT probably would be held civilly responsible. Like they maybe could be sued for like negligence or something like that, right? But they actually want to be charged with murder because they didn't actually do the cause of death. The cause of death will actually be a gunshot wound to the head. It won't be a delay in care. I mean, that would be more like negligence. Now, sometimes there is criminal negligence, right? But for this case, that's why I said I don't think he's criminally responsible, but it's possible if a defense attorney reviews everything and they could say, well, it was civil negligence where people could get sued for some things. So no one can say who can be sued or not sued because anybody can bring a lawsuit on anybody. It doesn't mean they will win, but they can. But ultimately, if her cause of death, it's not if, her cause of death is outlaw luxation. So the person that will be charged with murder or homicide, right, is the person that caused her to have outlaw luxation. So the person that caused her to have it is actually Dani. Just like if I shoot someone in the head, I'll be the one responsible. Even if the EMT take a long time to get into the hospital, they won't be charged with the murder. I will be. So we have to bring into that. But yeah, the doctor, Nazir, and even the maid and concierge, they can also possibly be sued in court if someone wanted to try to sue them. But as far as like being charged with her death, like murder, then no, because that'd be more criminal. And they didn't beat her down to make her have outlaw luxation. That was Dani Jackson. Now, but yeah, the doctor and Nazir moving her around, and also, even though it's to say make her comfortable, they could still be twisted into a way to say, well, moving her around exacerbated her conditions and worsened her conditions, and now we can sue you civilly in civil court. But they can't say, well, now you need to go to jail for murder because he didn't actually beat her down to actually do for the murders. That's why I said not criminally, but civilly, right? Hit the like button and send out a notification. Yes. Okay, was that Shanquella in the photo laying on the floor? Yes. Now, a lot of people don't agree with that, but everyone has their own opinion. Like I said before, everybody has their own opinion. At the end of the day, it's all about wanting justice for Shanquella, no matter how many opinions we have. But yes, that was her on the floor of the villa. Yes, very horrific. Yes, continued prayers to the family and everyone. Now, I did speak to her father, and of course, it's still he lost that's his own, like his only child, like, and of course, there will be like a news article coming soon for update that but I will let him do that update. Yeah, I would let him do that update. But yeah, so I have spoken to him soon. But yeah, basically I'm just saying the prayers need to be continue to pray for the family. Let's see. Yeah, keep using hashtag justice for Shanquella. Yeah, continue prayers to the family. And to like, we want answers, and we're not family, but we have grown close to have justice for Shanquella, but we're not her family. So imagine like her family not having answers for all this time. Like, we're devastated. We're wanting answers, and we're not her family. But of course, you don't have to be family. I'm saying, like, it'll be even worse for a family member, that someone they raised and took care of, and their child, their sister, to not have answers after all this time. Yes, follow that Twitter page, twitter.com/for Shanquella. Yes, continue to use this hashtag. So according to Nazir, a statement, Shanquella survived without luxation for several hours, being that the video seemed to be in the morning and he didn't get there until early afternoon. And it's not an impossibility, because that 15 minutes is an estimate. Now, what needs to happen is a medical examiner, which I'm sure they will have a expert medical examiner, forensic medical examiner, actually go through the whole timeline of, number one, like, go through the whole timeline of events with like all the evidence that has been collected, like the exact time when 911 was called, the doctor was called, Nazir arrived, the maid arrived, like go through the whole timeline of events. And then also, based on like the whole complete autopsy of the internal workup, the external toxicology report, and everything else, the medical examiner I talked to before, I actually probably need to link the video. But basically, he said, like, it's mathematical things and like mathematical reasoning, scientific reasoning, and other tests that can be done to determine like the exact time of death of someone, like more precise. And he said that the 15 minutes is just the estimate, and it's actually true. Like I already explained, no one can say that, oh yeah, you're gonna die in exactly 15 minutes. I mean, if they were not there, right? They can give an estimated time. But usually they'll have like a time of death on something, not like an estimated time. They will have like a time of death. So instead of like putting 15 minutes, they would actually put 5:05. So for someone to put 15 minutes, that's clearly an estimated time period. But yeah, I had a forensic medical examiner on my channel watch that video. He actually discusses time of death and how it can be calculated. Or was she beaten more than what we know about? It's possible that after the recording ended that we saw, that there was more beating. And also think about it, like, don't we have more questions? Let's be honest. Does Nazir have other things that he know that we probably want like answered? Yes, he does, right? He does have other information that we probably want answered. So, but of course, some people don't believe stuff he says. No matter what he says, they don't believe him anyway, right? Because he's was in Kabul, even though he wasn't there when Shanquella was brutally attacked. He still was present. You're right about that. Okay, I don't know. In the Nazir video, he stated he got our fault as in a big argument about what was and and what had went on. His words was, "I fought all of them." Huh? I don't know what I don't recall I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, yes, in the video that I have, he stated he got our fault as in a big argument about what was and had went on. Only thing I heard him say is that if they had told him what had happened, and if they had told him the truth, they knew that he wouldn't be down with it, and he would have got like he would have been like after all of them saying like, no, this ain't right or whatever. That's what I got. So I don't know. He didn't actually like they didn't tell him that he was doing like a hypothetical. It was like a hypothetical. It wasn't like a truth about like that. He was saying if they had told him the truth about what happened and what they were over there doing, they knew he wouldn't have been down for it. And he would have been like, nah, like that. It was like a hypothetical. Hey, LA from NC. All right, y'all. I will see y'all later. And there's some people I will actually see y'all later on my main channel. And everyone else, have a great weekend. Hey, Kendall. I think I said hey, Kendall. See y'all there. Yeah. Some people are definitely waiting for that live. I'm still trying to figure out. It's kind of like with this live, trying to figure out what I will post and what I will not post. Mainly because when you're reporting or looking into things, you have to think about the future. Right now, it might be all great if you post everything to everybody. But if you do that, you can lose trust. And now the person you posted their stuff, like their messages, now they're like, I'm not talking to that person anymore because they're going to post everything. They're not going to, they're going to be, yeah, you lose trust and then you no longer have a source. And then everybody from then on is like, oh, can you ask this question? Can you ask that question? I'm like, no, I can't now because I'm blocked. I'm blocked. Right. So like, if I get blocked, then hey, don't be saying, hey, can you ask this question? Because you already know I got blocked now. Okay. Thank you, Dani, for the info. You're welcome. Okay. What's the name of your first channel? Dani Robertson. What I'm trying to do, I try to keep it separate, but before I did kind of mix it up, to be honest. I try to have True Teller Dani more for activism, and then Dani Robertson is more for like entertainment and like just other types of topics. Okay. Right now on that channel, I'm talking about the Gina who is pretending to be the fake Aaliyah's daughter topic that is being discussed currently. Yeah. So that fake Aaliyah's daughter topic that's being discussed. I believe that the Kabul Five are criminally responsible, and I believe everybody else is civilly responsible. And the criminal can be homicide, homicide for Dejanae and anybody else that participated in the act of beating of Shanquella, and then anybody else that covered up the crime and omitted it, they should also be charged with accessory, depending on which was accessory before the fact, either accomplice to the murder or either accessory after the fact. And then Nazir, the doctor, and anybody else can possibly be sued, to be honest, because for civic negligence or anything else. And that's because they can be sued. They just can, because they will be seen as negligent. Okay. But to be honest, it would be hard to sue them for negligence because well, the doctor will be kind of easy to sue for medical negligence because she's expected to have a certain level of knowledge and expertise and professionalism as a doctor. Nazir will be harder because he doesn't have the credentials to actually be expected to know certain things. Now, the doctor definitely, but that doesn't mean that the family can't sue him. I mean, you can sue anybody. I'm saying it'd be harder to win the case. The maid also will be harder because she's not expected to know that. However, instead of suing the maid, you could possibly sue. The maid will actually be harder because she's actually expected to just clean, not actually to know, like to have medical knowledge as well. But that's not always the case because sometimes when people still expect you to call 911 whether you have expertise or not. So it can go either way. But if when he got there, they said that a doctor was already on the way, they would say, well, he's not expected to call 911. He's not expected to get help because help was already on the way. Like if I arrive at a building and someone says, when I get there, they say, well, the doctor is on the way. Then I would be like, well, I'll just wait for the doctor. Well, to be honest, I will get in there and I will see her condition and I will be like, probably need like emergency help, like fast, like immediate help. But then if a doctor is already on the way, then I don't know. Some people will say, well, if a doctor is already on the way, then most people will just wait for help that's already coming. Unless they deem it to be like an emergency situation, call 911. I don't know. To me, I would just say 911. But this is in Mexico, they do have 911 now. And that's why in the end, Winter actually called 911. But also they keep on saying it was alcohol poisoning. There's a lot to this, y'all. Cover up, omission, everything. Keep on using Justice for Shanquella hashtag. Spread the word on all social media. I hope this case gets justice. I think it will because this is why I know that justice will come. Because you cannot go to Mexico and not come back. You can't. And if you do, what happened? Okay? You cannot go to Mexico and have your head gets chopped off. And I'm just being literal. I'm just telling the truth. It's like she was internal decapitation. Her head was pretty much separated from the rest of her body. Like she had a broken neck. Internal decapitation, right? So there's no way that someone can go to Mexico and end up with that injury, right? So now they have to put all the pieces together and see who have all the pieces together, and it's like she was killed. There's no reason that Shanquella Robinson should not have returned from Mexico. Now, if she had actually drunk too much and actually real alcohol poisoning and her toxicology report came back and showed that she died of alcohol poisoning, then that would be different. But she died from literally a broken neck, like internal decapitation. So that's why I know it's going to be justice, because there's no way that someone can have that condition and then just everyone walk away and get away with it. If she had another type of condition, then maybe, but not this one. This one right here just screams murder, especially with the video showing that she was thrown by her neck and everything else. So no one can tell me that someone was thrown. We can see her again thrown by her neck, severely beaten, and then that's not what caused her to have outward luxation. By the time everybody came, she was unresponsive, right? So she will get justice once they do all of this. And as I've said a million times, we have to remember that the Bruce Redmond case also took a long time, and he murdered his wife in Mexico. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you, Dani. Keep up the great work. Yes. Most likely I won't go immediately to my other channel. I will have to wait until later, until I get some other stuff done and some energy, because I woke up really early. Dani, DJ did start blow and end blow, and all of them are guilty just for recording, etc. Yeah, there's people for omission, cover up. I already answered this question pretty much, but yeah. But now I kind of say that Cabo 6 is going to be held more criminally responsible, and then Nazir more civilly. That's what I believe. Yeah, but he had to still know something wasn't right about calling that state of being alcohol poisoning weird for a friend to do to another, in my opinion. He put that to me in a quotation mark. If you actually look, he put it in quotation marks. He said resembling alcohol poisoning. He didn't say it was alcohol poisoning. You mean these text messages? In the text message, he said resembling. He said resembling. So it's not saying that he believes right now that it's alcohol poisoning. He said it was resembling based on what he was told. Yeah. Hey, Dani, can you drop a link? I have a brief statement and thanks to you. Okay, give me a moment. Hey, Audrey. Hi, Dani, Miles, and Avengers. Happy Sunday. Did you get any reaction from Mexico about the letters and emails we sent on Shanquella's case? I think that's too soon. That's too soon, to be honest. They just sent those on like a week ago. I didn't get a response. You have to turn off your wait 1 second. Thank you for your time and saying hello. It means a lot to the person just joining the chat and whether they feel welcome or not. You're welcome. Well, sometimes I have open chat where I try to go through all the comments, well, as many as I can, and sometimes I don't. It depends on the day. Hey, Shell, what do you have to? What statement did you have, or what do you have to say?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say good morning to you and the vendors, and I just wanted to say again, thank you, Dani, so much for all of your hard work and your research. And I always, it's whenever I can, I try to get you when you're on, and when I can't get you, I always replay you. You have such great content that includes facts, and it's so well appreciated. And I just wanted to say that to you, that, and I'm sure throughout the the community of people, content creators, that are and have the interest in justice for Shanquella. You're very highly regarded, and I just want to thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming up. That's great to hear, because a lot of times, just beyond, you can hear a lot of negative feedback, so it's great to hear positive words. Thanks so much, girl.
You're welcome. And again, thank you. And we depend on you. Like, and when you said, well, people looking for you, you know why people are looking for you? Because we depend on you. And I know I don't want to make it seem like it's so much on your shoulders, but people depend on you for the facts. Like, and you come, like you always say, receipts, hunty, the receipts. I love when you say that. Because you come, not only do you just, it's not like you have some type of, philosophy or theory, like you're coming with facts, and it's very well appreciated. And I just want to say, please keep it up. And yes, we do look for you. We actually depend on you.
Thanks. That made me feel special. But yeah, I was like, I've only been gone for like 3 days, y'all. Come on now. But yeah, I get it. I get it.
All right. Thanks, Dani. Have a good day.
You too. Oh, okay. Are you coming in peace? Liza, I hope you're coming in peace, because I'm trying to keep this is like the peaceful channel. Like the messy channel is for the messy channel now. Oh, she dropped down. I'm saying, are you coming in peace? Okay, I'm not trying to scare you away, Liza. I'm just saying, like, are you coming in peace? I don't know. Okay. Now, I have said some favorable things for the most part about Gerardo. Sometimes I have, and other times I have not, because I'm just an honest person. I'm honest in my commentary on things, to be honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat. Yeah. You can come back up, Liza. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Whoever they called gave them the rundown to say alcohol poisoning, and that's what they told the nurse and Nazir, that the nurse knew Shanquella was damaged beyond life. She helped them with that story. See, that's the whole thing that's being that's the whole thing about this. People are thinking like, okay, whoever they call, which would most likely be their 24/7 concierge, that they told that person that when they called that person, and then they said, oh, this and that about Shanquella, that person then, which is his concierge, told them, oh, I think she has alcohol poisoning. Okay. That really doesn't make sense. And this is why. So essentially, a lot of people believe that the Cabo Five were told alcohol poisoning by someone else, like whoever they called, which is actually probably the concierge, because when you go to Cabo Villas, they give you a 24/7 concierge to call for everything you need, from groceries to everything. This is actually on their website, 24/7 concierge. Okay. And this is actually, I spoke to Ivan, a concierge that works for Cabo Villas, and that's his job description. He's on the website, Ivan. That's how I got his number. He actually told me that's who everyone calls, and they give referrals. It's like a 24/7 concierge. You call if you need a chef, you need anything, and then he'll hook you up, Hunty, hook you up. So they called the concierge, and the concierge has actually been already questioned by the police in Mexico, and this is by way of Ivan, the concierge, right? I actually haven't called him back. I thought he'd actually respond. I might actually try. I don't know. Anyway, that's a side note. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So basically, let's put this into a different perspective. I see your perspective now. Listen to mine. Okay. So they call the concierge, and you're saying that the concierge told them that it's alcohol poisoning based on what they were saying. And then the concierge then said, okay, I'll send out a doctor, and there'll be $150 charge, because that's what he said. I even said that the fee is usually $150 for a concierge doctor to come out and make a house call to the villa, okay? And it has to be like cash or whatever else, I think. So now this is my perspective, okay? When the Cabo Five, I don't know which one, contacted the concierge, when they contacted them, they had to tell a lie. They had to tell a lie just to get only $150 doctor coming out there with IV. They had to tell a lie. And this is why I say they told a lie. Because if they had told the truth to the concierge that Dejanay Jackson just brutally attacked Shanquella, one of our friends in Cabo, in the back room. She brutally attacked her. She threw her by her neck. She kicked her in the face. She kept hitting her about 18 times, like beating her on her body. I don't know the exact count. And now Shanquella is unresponsive. If they had told the truth, the concierge would not have just referred them to a $150 on-call doctor and sent a doctor to a house. Why would you send a doctor to a house after someone just told you that someone was brutally attacked at that villa? You would not want to send a doctor there. That's compromising the doctor's safety. Secondly, there's security in the area. So you actually say, oh, as a concierge, I need to actually get a security guard there. That's not really a good response for a concierge if they had been told the truth. So basically, based on everything, if you actually examine it, there's no way that they picked up that phone and told anybody the truth. And do you want to know why they didn't tell anybody the truth? It's because guess what? They never even told the police the truth, the doctor the truth, even the parents. When they called the mother, they didn't tell her the truth. When they got back to the United States, they still said there was no fighting. So they never. You think that they didn't even tell the mother when they got back to the United States. So what made you think they told the concierge in Mexico? They would not have been able to leave Mexico if they had told the truth about brutally attacking Shanquella. So they didn't tell the truth to the police. I guarantee they told the police and the doctor that they brutally attacked Shanquella and did all that, and that's why she got a knot on her head. They would not have been able to leave Cabo. So that's why I said whoever they called first was most likely the concierge. They did not tell the truth of what happened. So that they didn't tell the truth, that means they told a lie. And what was the lie? What was the lie? The same lie they probably told Nazir when he got there, alcohol poisoning, actually before he got there. The same lie as the doctor, the same lie as the mother, the same lie as the police, alcohol poisoning. So that lie came from Cabo 5. That's my analysis, and that's what I think. Because if the truth came out, and said, oh, why she have this knot on her forehead? They would have told the doctor, oh, she probably got a knot from Dejanay Manhan Jackson. Her Manhan that's why she got the knot on her forehead. Probably when she kicked her in the face. You saw that hard kick in the face where she threw back her hind manly legs and then kicked Shanquella in the face, like really hard, trying to beat her face up because she's jealous. Her face was like a man, and Shanquella doesn't. Child. But yeah, so I don't believe that whole theory of everyone, like some people saying that they got the alcohol poisoning from whoever they called, because no, they lied to whoever they called, and that's why the real help wasn't coming. I mean, if you know anything about like a referral hotline, when you call a referral hotline, aka concierge 24/7, they only send out what you requested, like based on what you're saying. So if I call a concierge and I say I need food, they're gonna send me food. If I say I need someone has alcohol poisoning, I'll send out a doctor for $150 for the IV to treat alcohol poisoning. If someone said they was brutally attacked and beaten and the person is no longer responding, the person has a knot on their head, a busted eye, busted lip, and all that, I'm sending out the police. And the person can't move or talk, I'm sending out 911. So you can only send out what people tell you is what is wrong. Okay. So that's my opinion, but of course everyone can believe what they want to believe. But I don't believe they told the truth to the concierge and then the lie to everybody else. I believe they told a lie to the concierge, the first person they called, the lie to the Nazir, the lie to the doctor, the lie to the maid, the lie to the mother when they got back to the United States, and even in Cabo. They're just liars. Cabo 5 are liars. Hey y'all, sorry listening while I shower. Hey Michelle. The Cabo 5 are alive. They lie to everybody. Hey Dani. They are still in hiding. Yeah, they are definitely in hiding. Now on the run, the only person really on the run right now is Dejanay, because if she went to Mexico, she would be arrested ASAP. As soon as her manly foot touched foot on Mexican soil, she'll be arrested because she has a warrant. Nobody else has a warrant in Mexico or United States right now, so they're free to run. They're free to roam. Karen Brewer. Okay, I already said good morning. Did Mexico react in any way to the pink letters that were mailed in the day of the Justice for Shanquella March? No. I'm actually going to be sending out some emails so I can actually see if I can get a response or anything. But usually, to be honest, Mexico rarely ever responds. Now some of the people like were working for Cabo Villas, like the other people I talked to before. I talked to those people, but as far as like Mexican officials, they really haven't really responded as much. The closest I got to was the Internal Affairs Office for like if you wanted to report official. But usually when they respond, it's like publicly and through Gerardo Zuniga or through some kind of public statement, right? Yes, I believe Nazir has spoken to statement. At least one has. At least that's what the lawyer lady who is with Big Bad being Trump stated, and that one of the Cabo 6 leaked video. Definitely by now, based on Daniel De La Rosa Naya, when he went on Gerardo Zuniga's channel, he already stated they have all types of evidence, including video evidence. So by now, they already have all the statements and everything from everybody already. And again, a lot of times we keep on like talking about this whole timeline. No one knows where is the official statement or official proof that she died at that time at 7. I mean, she was attacked at 7 a.m. That came from Gerardo Zuniga. That's not did the Cabo 5 say that they attacked her at that time? Like, where is the official statement? That's just what he said. That's what he said. So we don't know. No one knows the exact time. Now, a medical examiner, through thorough testing and analysis of the autopsy report, could determine a more precise time of events. But yeah, what I can say is that if you actually look up Atlas luxation, you can actually you don't have to die from that condition. You can actually survive it. So this is my question for people with this question is this. If you have Atlas luxation, is it set in stone or is it 100% that you will die? Or is there a chance that you can survive with that condition? Does everyone with Atlas luxation die? And the answer is no. There are some people that survive this condition, especially if they get, all they need to do is have surgery. They need to have like a surgery performed to survive this condition. But and also people don't die immediately once they have this condition. Some people might die like immediately, like they get it and they die immediately. Others might actually survive a longer time, right? But when some people estimate something, then they'll probably say, well, with this condition, like somebody usually would probably die in 15 minutes. To me, it'd be more harder to believe the opposite. Like there's different perspectives. The opposite is harder for me to believe, which is saying that, oh, Shanquella died, and when she got there, when Nazir got there, she was deceased, and then when the doctor got there, she was deceased. That's harder for me to believe than the other one, which is based on the autopsy autopsy results of the cause of death as Atlas luxation. The reason I don't believe that she was already deceased early that morning is because that's easy for someone to realize or see that someone is not unresponsive at all. That would easy for anybody to see, because you will be able to see that someone isn't breathing, they're not moving, they're completely just out cold. There's nothing, there's no life, there's no breathing, there's no pulse. And anybody who in this chat doesn't know how to check someone's pulse or even notice when someone's even like not even breathing. Okay, so I highly doubt that when Nazir got there, she was deceased, and he wasn't able to tell that she was deceased. And then also when the doctor got there, her first job as a doctor will be able to check someone's pulse to see if they're even like alive or showing signs of life. Check her pulse, breathing, everything else. So I don't believe that when they got there that she was already deceased from early that morning. That makes the least sense to me. So I do believe that she survived longer than the estimated time of 15 minutes. And that's why people were saying that she was unresponsive. And then also mentioning her like her breathing like not being as great. So that all goes into outlet fixation, right? Okay, Liza. Good morning, Dani. This is Liza from Geraldo Zuniga. Thank you for your valuable information. Thank you so much, Nazir. Just letting you, we believe you, hold tight in there, justice will win. Okay, I didn't really, to be honest, Liza, I didn't really know how you were coming because I have not really said 100% favorable things about Nazir. I mean, not Nazir, but Nazir too. I haven't said 100% favorable things about Nazir, definitely, and Geraldo Ziga, I have not said 100% favorable things. So I didn't know what you were coming on here to say. But you're welcome. Okay. And yes, justice will come and justice will be served. We just have to give it time. Like I said, there's no way that someone can go to Cabo and then they can be decapitated and then nothing happened to, it's not investigated and nothing is done. There's no way. That's why I said justice will be served. I'm sorry that you're going through this right now. Your quest for trying to seek justice prevail. Our efforts will not be in vain. Did I miss a comment? I didn't see anything. What is she going through? I think I probably missed some comments. Bentley's my world. I always believe Nazir because the average person would not know what a person with an internal injury looks like. Justice for Shanquella. Yeah, I did ask that question before to a medical examiner. I said, is there a way to like know, like just by looking at somebody if they have that condition? And then he said no. I have it in my email. He said no. Now, to be honest, and I actually admitted this already. Okay, I already said before, like the first time, like to be honest, I did add him before as like criminally, but then as time went on, I got more information. Then I switched to like he's more criminal. Like I'm not criminally, but civically. I mean civilly. Okay. Yes, I believe. Okay, I already read that one. So I believe that he's negligent, but more like a civil, like where people will probably try to sue him, right? But I don't believe that he came there and he was like she was deceased, and then also the doctor came and then saying deceased. Both the doctor and Nazir were saying that she was still alive. To me, that makes more sense. The other one seems a little too much, to be honest. Yeah, a little too much. I believe that if the Nazir said it, and then the doctor said she was alive, and then also the death certificate says outlet fixation, and the medical examiner said that you can survive that longer, but the one I had on my channel said you can survive it longer, that the 15 minutes is like an estimate. So with all that combined, I believe that she was unresponsive, which matches with her condition of outlet fixation, that you will be unresponsive. So remember, like once you're diagnosed with something, like the cause of death means like her diagnosed like cause of death. So once you're diagnosed with something, you will have those symptoms. So the symptoms of outlet fixation is you would be unresponsive. You wouldn't be able to talk. You also won't actually be able to move. So is it far-fetched to believe that she was just unresponsive because she had outlet fixation, which is the cause of death or diagnosed cause of death? To me, that's not far-fetched. The other stuff is kind of like, it's going into like scary movie. It's, to be honest, going into scary movie, like people carrying around a dead body, trying to operate on a dead body. just doing a lot to rubbing the forehead of a dead body. All that stuff is going into like scary movie. The other one, which is like she had atlas luxation, she survived longer than usual with that condition because she could actually survive like until older age with that condition, but she just had to have surgery to be able to survive for that longer period of time. But then she'll be paralyzed or in a vegetative state. So yeah, Nazir saying if though his street smarts had to tell him something, he should have smelled alcohol. Yeah. And that's why I said it doesn't really make sense. Everything does not make sense. And to be honest, like I said before, him walking in there, it's not like he's walking in there with a bunch of strangers. He's walking in there with people that he has been friends with for a while. One person he has been a roommate with in college. So he's walking in there with people telling him something that are supposed to be his friends, right? They're supposed to be his friends. And I guess there's a level of trust with that, right? So I don't know, y'all. It's just all a mess. But that's why I said that he could still be held responsible. Even in my message, look, I said criminally. I want to make sure I explain. I'm not going to be fake. I said criminally responsible, but civilly is still on the table. Hi, sister. Yes, that would be nice if Dani dropped the link. I would like to talk to her. I can drop the link again for anybody who wants to come up. Where is it? But I know this was earlier. I don't know. But just in case anyone wants to come up before I get off. This is actually a live longer than I thought it would be. I was actually just coming on here to drop these receipts. Most likely the other live will be at night. So I can have a little bit of time to enjoy my Sunday before I come back on the other live. Hey, Honor Trav. In the video, he says, you all jump her. I feel he knew what was going to happen to Shanquella. I don't. Why would you say that? I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew. To me, there's no way for him to have known. He wouldn't know what was going to happen to Shanquella. And to be honest, I don't think any one of them knew what was going to happen to Shanquella. I don't believe in the premeditated thing. I believe that it was, I believe that Dani was already jealous of Shanquella, pre-existing jealousy towards her. But I believe that it was something happened on a trip that made Dani want to fight Shanquella. She wanted to fight her. Okay. She wanted to fight Shanquella, but Shanquella did not want to fight. And Shanquella made that clear that she wanted to fight. So at that point now it becomes a brutal attack because one person said they don't want to fight. And then the other person is savagely and brutally attacking them, throwing them by the neck, kicking them in the face, just blow after blow after blow, like in a rage. So now it becomes a brutal attack. And that's why they put arrest warrant. Says this is arrest warrant for the direct aggressor for the arrest warrant. So that's what I believe happened. And a lot of times sometimes where one person wants to fight and the other person doesn't. And usually when someone isn't fighting back and they don't want to, the other person like backs off, or they'll even say, oh, I thought so. I knew you wouldn't knuck up or whatever. Right. But in this case, she just was a bully. She was like, okay, you're not going to fight back, but I'm still going to keep attacking and kicking you hard in the face. Now, and she ended up with a broken, like her head was decapitated, broken neck, not on her face. Like she did something. She must have busted her eye out, busted her lip up. Right. She did. That was a savage attack. So that's why her main hand ass is going to jail. She's going to jail. Right. So I do believe it was a pre-existing jealousy, but I don't think it was premeditated. I actually believe that it was actually a trip, that it was planned that they would actually go out to Cabo and actually have a real vacation, a real trip. I mean, they actually was gonna go over to Mexico to kill somebody. They could have got a cheap hotel. Ain't no point in getting a expensive villa and then like planning like we're gonna go to ATV, we're gonna have a chef, we're gonna do all this stuff, and then just to kill her. Now Bruce Redman, he took his wife to a hotel. He was at a hotel. He wasn't at no like lavish villa. Right. Now that hotel with like a sewer and a view outside the window. Now that was like a planned like thing. But this right here, the vacation and how they packed up and they did everything, and it was the birthday around their birthdays and everything. I don't believe it was premeditated. And that's why I said most likely it'll be manslaughter charge. Hey Liza. Is
Good
it
morning,
Liza or
Dani.
Lisa? Lisa.
It's Lisa.
Yeah,
Good
Lisa.
morning, Dani.
Hey.
Good morning, chat. Yes, I come in peace. I always come in peace. It's just because I am associated with Geraldo Zuniga, things get started, but that's not me. I just wanted to say I do appreciate the fact that you actually are one of the few content creator who is actually researching the case and is seeking the facts and not views, likes, cash outs, and subscription whatsoever. You actually doing the real work and seeking for justice for this family and for Shanquella Robinson. And I appreciate that. A lot of your points of views, I do agree with them. I am 100% agreeing with you. Shanquella Robinson died in the afternoon, and allegedly DJ was the one who provided the fatal blow. And it was atlas subluxation and the injury in the spine. She was agonizing by the time that Nazir arrived, and I totally believe what Nazir is saying. He was in an unfortunate situation, and he got cut off. And I just wanted to say, I agree with you. I agree with you. This is the first time I actually wanted to come up on your channel. I had been on your channel before, but I stayed, just listening to what you have to say. But I never come with trouble. That's not who I am.
Okay, thanks for coming up, and I'm glad you enjoy my channel and commentary. And you can always feel free to join the chat. My mods and other viewers are welcome of everyone as long as they're respectful in the chat. So don't feel like you have to just hang out in the bushes. All right. And then I also appreciate you for like being his translator when you were translating, because to be honest, he needs a translator on that channel, but I know you probably needed a break from that because it can be a lot.
I am not the translator. That's someone else.
Oh, that's someone else? So what were you on his channel, like his moderator?
I am his moderator, and I speak with him on a daily basis, and I translate to him, but not in the matter of being the translator in the channel. But I can if he want me to. But at the time when he asked me, I told him that he needed somebody from Mexico who can translate for him in order to shorten the bridge of regionalism on Spanish between different countries. Because there was a lot of judicial information, a lot of medical information, and I am from Puerto Rico. I am a U.S. citizen, but there's a big difference between the regionalism Spanish that we speak in Puerto Rico, and our judicial system is very similar to the U.S. So I wanted to be fair and to him. I wanted him to get somebody who really knew Mexico.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, that's why some people work like wanting the other videos to be broken down because of the information that was being put out. So that's smart to say that, right? So I don't know, but yeah, that video definitely needs to be broken down, I guess. So I probably will do a part 2 breaking that down. But yeah, I don't really tend to group people together like if you two are both separate people. Only if I see somebody windmilling, and by windmilling, like you're constantly defending the person, then it can come across that you're like connected or joined at the hip.
Well, I am part of his team, so that's what people view, and they, attack me because I am part of his team. But it is what it is. You cannot force people to treat you decently. You cannot force people to believe certain information, but it is what it is. We are not trying to provide misinformation. We are just trying to bring information from the Mexico side.
Yeah, I'm of the firm belief that two people, you don't always have to agree with everything on someone. That's like even with friends, you don't always agree with each other on everything. I mean, that's to me is like having yes friends and people that are like kind of being fake. I mean, you have to learn how to like always listen to different opinions. That's why I say on this channel, everyone will have different opinions because a lot of times people will have different opinion from you. We can all watch the same video, and at the end of the video, we will all think something completely different. However, what I keep in mind is that at the end of the day, everybody wants justice for Shanquella. Now, how they are going about it and their beliefs and other things might be different or differ, but the underlying objective and the reason everyone is keeping like coming to different channels and posting is because they want her to have justice. So I keep that in mind that we all have a common goal.
I understand that. I understand it. And I totally agree with you. One thing that I'm definitely going to start doing as you get older, you grow with wisdom. I am going to be very, very selective about the channels that I try to join to discuss the matter. Because it's like I say, some people are going about seeking the justice in ways that I don't agree with. So I just going to refrain from participating. But other than that, justice is the goal at the end of the day. But I was happy that you was able to speak with Nazeer and that he opened up to you, that he's going through a lot. And I'm not defending him. I always say that I hope that there is nothing major that come as a bombshell related to him. But so far as today, I am believing him.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact time, but at one point I actually switched from saying Cabo 6 to Cabo 5 because things were not adding up for me. As far as Nazir getting there and them just telling him the complete truth about what happened. It didn't make sense that they would do that. It didn't make sense because usually when something is being covered up, if you're not there when it happens, you're not going to be included in on the plans, right? You're not going to be included in on the plans unless you get there and they want you to help with something like help with the cover up. But usually if you're not there when someone is attacked or killed, they're not going to like catch you up on it and like say, hey, Nazir, because Nazir, I guess he talked to them on his way there. They're not going to say, hey, Nazir, guess what happened? She was brutally, like Dejanay brutally attacked her. And when you get here, she's going to have like a busted eye, busted lip. She's unresponsive. She's not talking. And we need you to help cover this up and everything else. Right. I doubt that's what happened. To me, he was already on his way. And they really, at that point, when he was already on his way, they already set up a plan to say alcohol poisoning, to tell him alcohol poisoning. Right. So I don't believe that he was caught up on everything that happened while he was away, while he wasn't there.
I totally agree with you on that alibi and I am one of the people who call Cabo 5. I totally say Cabo 5. And when I want to refer to Nazeer, I say his name. I totally believe that that alibi was established way early in the morning when things went to the left with on Shanquella and on DNA. I also started to pick up a lot of red flags concerning the situation on October 30th when allegedly Nazir mom made a comment in her Instagram asking for praise for her son to come make it back safe to the US. And I'm not quoting verbatim because, like I said, I'm trying not to overload my mind with all the details. But what really, really, really sealed the deal with me with Nasir was his courage to make the Instagram, despite the fact that he got a lot of attack. But if I had any doubt that he was telling the truth, came to the conclusion when somebody, another content creator, called him a snitch on his program when they was trying to have an interview with him. And that really raised a lot of red flag because if we are calling at that time for the supposed Cabo 6 to come up and tell the truth about what happened, and then you got one of them trying to tell his version of the truth because at the time we don't know if it's true or not, but you calling him a snitch, that's not compatible with the goal that we as a community was trying to achieve. And then when I realized that he had supposedly had actually tried to speak with the parents and it was not properly received or welcome, I totally believe that he was telling the truth. And little by little, information that has come out as far as the timeline kind of match his story and give him a little bit of more support as far as believing that what he's saying really happened and it was true.
Now, I think the main thing that kind of threw everyone off, to be honest, with his video is that he spent a lot of time talking about, how he missed the ATV, how he basically it seemed it was self-centered, a lot focused on himself and how kind of like came across that that his trip was ruined and he didn't get to enjoy Cabo. And that put a bad taste in people's mouth, to be honest. So that kind of threw people off. But as like if you look past that part like of that at the facts and the timeline, it doesn't fit into him being responsible as people state. Number one, he wasn't there when she was brutally attacked, when Shanquella was brutally attacked. So he wasn't there. So if he wasn't there when she was brutally attacked, that means he's not responsible for her injury, outlaw location. Secondly, the way he describes her when he got there, it actually matches up with her diagnosed condition of outlaw luxation. So that matches up. Now that I'm looking back at it. So once I add in everything, it doesn't really make sense for him to be criminally responsible. And also for him to be part of the cover up, that means that they would have to include him in on everything that happened. And keep this in mind. If he was included in on everything that had happened, he would have told that in his video. And what I mean by told that is, in his video, he's not giving like a first person knowledge or even like, he's not telling the story like someone that would have been like coached or told the cover up or told exactly what happened, like everything. He would actually be able to give us way more details and more, he would give us a better details and descriptions of what happened. Like they told me this is what happened and this is what happened in XYZ. He would be able to tell more things. But when he was telling the story, he was only saying, well, they told me that the maid and they told me this, but he wasn't able to give like more descriptions of like the actual attack itself and everything. Like he wasn't in the, you could tell that he was not in the know. Yeah, he wasn't in the know in that video. So if you actually watch the video again, you'll see that he doesn't know everything. That's why I knew that he wasn't a part of the cover up. So basically, he wasn't a part of the brutal attack, and he wasn't a part of that the cover up. Then that means that he's not criminally responsible. Now, here's the thing that's what is sketchy a little bit is when Well, it's not really sketchy. It's because we don't know why. When the doctor was saying that she insisted that they call 911, right? She said that they should call 911 to call 911. We don't know who in the room was saying yes to call 911 and who in the room was saying no to call 911. Okay.
Well, for me,
So if
that was
Nazir was in there, most people would expect him to say, yeah, we need to get emergency help. So we don't know what his response was to that. So that actually is, to be honest, I would actually need that answered to when the doctor insisted to call 911. Why wasn't it? Why did she have to insist more than once? And was it like back to back once, like call 911 and then like call 911, or was it like spread out over a period of time? Because so I would need to know his response to what his answer was during that time, or what was happening. What happened when the doctor got there and when she was wanting them to call 911?
And you are absolutely right. Nazeer is the only one who can answer that question. There is a gap of time between 3:20 when the doctor arrived to Dia and 4:20 when the actual call made by Winter to the 911 was made. And I have been questioning what happened during that hour. And I guess the only person who have access to that information will be in the testimony statement of all the Mexican people who were involved, and that will be part of their own investigative beginning report that that the state attorney Daniel de la Rosa Anaya has. But during that first hour, a lot of that activity happened, the back and forth of taking her to the doctor, they asking for money, the calls to get money, so we really don't know what happened, unless the only way we will find out is when this go to trial. Probably then we will have to wait until the transcript or everything that transpired is released to the public, if they release it. But I totally believe that the answer to those questions that we have will be in statements from the witnesses. That include the doctors. Nazeer is the already spoken to him over here in the USA, to the rest of the Cabo Five, they already spoken with the authorities. They will be under oath. So I imagine they understand the gravity of the situation. They don't want to keep adding more insult to injury by continue lying to the authorities and committing obstruction of justice and perjury. But I feel like Nazeer really was there for her. I think he was the one who actually helped with the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. So, and I actually think that he, like you say, he probably checked the protocol or what to do when a person has alcohol poisoning, and he tried to make her comfortable. Like he say, probably that's why he turned her on her side in case she needed to throw up. Was trying to soothe her and to make her feel comfortable and to get her to stand up, because he didn't know she was paralyzed. And he did admit it that he saw the bruises. He didn't notice the bump in her head, but he did admit it that he saw the bruises. But we don't know what all was told to him to justify those matters.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'll probably just ask some more questions, to be honest. But either way it goes, what I do know is, based on his flight times, his ticket information, everything else, is that he was not there during a brutal attack. So if he was not there during a brutal attack, then everything after that becomes negligence, like civil negligence. It does not.
You're right.
It does not. Yeah. But of course, that means that some people say, well, he's part of the cover up or omission. But to me, his is more of like, could be negligence, not any cover up or omission or a part of the brutal attack. So like homicide, right?
Hmm.
So
I agree with you. I
yeah.
have a question for you. You mentioned that you are in touch with the father. Do you know why is it that they don't have an international criminal attorney already hired or speaking in their behalf? I do know that they have the attorney, the civil rights attorney Sue Ann Robinson representing them or as an advisor right now. But why there is not an a criminal attorney representing the family?
Well, I'm not going to be a person that can like speak on behalf of the family or even I really won't even like I just put out what is already out here, and that was that they had that alleged person's suing. But what I
Mhm.
can say is this: is that um, no, I can't say that either. So to be
Okay,
honest,
I
I just don't
understand.
I don't really overstep because there has to be some privacy and like respect and a level of trust. So
I
I
do,
don't like put out everything that's told to me. But
I
um,
do understand where you're coming from because I feel like I am in the same position working with Geraldo Siniga. There's certain things that I can talk about and others I am not authorized to speak about, and I gotta wait in order to disclose it. I totally understand what you are referring to. I just didn't knew as you knew, but I respect your position.
yeah, I just try to only just do commentary on what's already public and not actually bring something that's private out to the public because I actually have to maintain certain relationships or even a certain level of trust. Yeah. Um
Um,
yeah. But
I
yeah, I
understand you.
go ahead.
I understand you.
Okay, so you put what good morning, Dani. What about the maid? She gave a statement that Shanquella was already hard when she arrived. See, that's the thing. To me, hard can be it can be to me, to be honest, stiff or whatever else.
And
I mean,
I
if
think
someone
that
is
was
what is it?
no. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll go after you.
This is my question. I maybe need to look at the police report again, the unofficial police report. Okay. Where is the official statement from the maid? Is that in the police report? Where's
As
the
far as I know,
official statement? Not like just hearsay, I would say, but official statement from the maid.
that is part of their statements that they collected from everybody from Mexico side that was there involved on October 29th that had anything to say concerning the matter. So that is part of whatever evidence or whatever the file that they got open concerning the case. So that would be with the prosecutor's office.
That's what I thought, and that's the thing. Unless I actually have an official statement, I don't really go off that yet. Okay, so I will actually need to see the official statement or the official documentation because that's not in the police report. I figured it wasn't because I looked over the police report, I didn't see it. So if it's not in the police report, that means that it's hearsay because we don't see the documentation. Now I'm not saying it's wrong or it's false or it's inaccurate. I'm saying it's hearsay. We don't know. So instead, we have to actually see the exact document so we can see the exact terminology used because have you noticed sometimes when you use a translator from like Spanish to English or vice versa, the words can be misconstrued or even changed ever so slightly, but even ever so slightly that can cause a drastic change in how the meaning. So even like hard can be actually probably it could be stiff or other words like synonyms for hard, right? So to me, if we know that her body was 100% paralyzed from the neck down, how would someone describe her body that's kind of stiff and not being able to move like that's frigid? it's not, the body is not like her limbs are not moving. Only thing that was moving was her eyes. But she was paralyzed from the neck down, so her head would just have to be like wherever position it is at the moment, right?
That's correct.
So how would someone describe somebody's body if it's stiff and because it's not moving, like it's paralyzed? So to me, that still goes back into where we need the official document to see the like the exact words used and terminology used, and actually if it's even said, because we don't know, it's speculation or it's hearsay at this moment. I would say hearsay because we haven't seen the official document. And to me,
And
this
I agree with you. We haven't seen the official document.
Yeah. So I don't go by the Maid statement of hard until I actually see the document. Now, however, if someone were to say that to me, how does the maid know? Like, how would she describe someone that's paralyzed, that's not, their body is frigid and stiff and not able to move? Wouldn't that actually describe somebody that's kind of, their body is hard? So we don't know the exact wording used, right? We don't even see the Maid statement. So I try to only go by stuff that I've seen or viewed or a receipt. We don't have a receipt. This is all, that's hearsay. But even with the receipt, like, it can describe paralysis, in my opinion. Go ahead.
I agree.
Because I was like, I seen the unofficial police report, and I actually, that's how I found a lot of people. So I'm glad Gerardo posted that unofficial police report. That's how I knew who all was involved and was able to reach out to people. Without that, I would not have been able to reach out to different people. So I appreciate him getting that unofficial police report. However,
And Go ahead. I'm sorry.
In that unofficial police report, there's nothing about a maid. So now I cannot like commentate on that or go off that because I haven't seen it yet with my own eyes to be able to actually take that into account or add it to the timeline of events or what was officially stated. But I still believe that it's something that could be described as someone being stiff and not being able to move and paralyzed. And then people take it as, hey, she's actually deceased.
I appreciate that that you are appreciative that Geraldo posted the unofficial police report, and that through that report you were able to contact some of the people who were in contact with Shanquella during that day, because that also let us know that that document was not doctored or just created like to kind of establish a narrative of a wrongful situation.
Yeah, that's correct. At that time, people were skeptical because, to be honest, like I said, whenever you are building something or something is started, the foundation actually like sets forth like the trajectory of how things would go, and actually like it started off with lies and cover up. The Cabo Five started off with these lies and covering things up. So the foundation is built on lies and cover up. So now everything after that is like, is this a cover up? Is this a lie? Is this a cover up? Is this a lie? Like it's built on mistrust. So you don't never start a foundation off on mistrust. So that's why people didn't really trust his unofficial police report, right? And then there is the whole, of course, the different countries, like we have Mexico, United States, and then there's a level of mistrust there. So it's a lot of mistrust going on. And then he put this unofficial police report out. Now, once I got it, I did start reaching out to people. And then obviously, since those people do exist and they are real people and they were involved in this, and then it actually confirmed that the unofficial police report was factual. You're correct on that. So that did help establish that was an official document by me reaching out. So it kind of like goes into collaboration. We all like work together and like put the pieces together.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
How do you feel about the picture that he's posted? What is your opinion about the picture?
I went over that, to be honest. I went over that like a couple of videos. Just to letting one know is about the one with Shanquella on the floor of the villa. My original
Yes.
thoughts were that at that point I had already reached out to I already knew about Dr. Carolina Ornelas. I knew she was a real person. I also knew how she looked. So that matched her description. I also knew about the paramedic, Mavi, and had talked to like the receptionist. So I knew that she was like, well, at that point when I first saw, I didn't know about Mavi, but shortly after that, like a few days, couple of days, knew about Mavi, and then her partner, who she's normally with, that matched up. Also, the furnishings in the villa that matched up, and then Nazir wrote back to another content creator, and she actually was on the real Nazir page. Hollywood Next is her channel, and he confirmed that yeah, that is Shanquella. So he actually confirmed that that's what she was wearing as well. So that all matched up. The only thing that looked weird and off to me at that time, like I said, was Shanquella. Her body, like proportion, like her size, didn't really make sense to me. But since the doctor was real, the furniture was real, Nazir confirmed it. The paramedics were, both of them were real. Then that means that obviously that has to be Shanquella, because that's something that you can't lie about. It's too many people saying it's her. Like even the when I called Mavi's job, the receptionist said, "Yeah, we saw the picture. Mavi saw the picture of her." So that confirmed that Mavi, the paramedic, saying that's the real picture. Nazir saying it's a real picture. So yeah, it is a real picture of Shanquella. But then this is when I looked at it from a different angle or perspective. Is this? When you look at the picture and you just look at Shanquella, she looks bigger. But if you actually look at Shanquella and you compare her body size, I can make a comparison, like her body proportions and frame to the Mavi, the paramedic, standing up. You also compare it to the size of the paramedic kneeling down, and you also compare her body to the doctor. She's more aligned with being the size of the doctor, like maybe a little bigger than the doctor, and then definitely way smaller than the two paramedics. So then that, once you have like that analysis of like making the body comparisons, then it made more sense to it's just how the photo is presented. Because even like the paramedic standing up looks like way bigger, right? But yeah, so that's why I told everybody, look at the photo and compare her body to everybody else's body, and you'll see that she's actually small in that photo. But if you look straight at her, then it seems different. But if you actually look at her compared to everybody else, she's actually small still, like smaller, like we would think she would be. So yeah, I do believe, and I have been saying that it only took me about a few days, to be honest, to change my mind about the photo. So I went from not thinking it was her until once I looked at everything and not just based on my guess or speculation, but just talking and reaching out and everything else, adding everything together, that is Shanquella in the picture. Yeah. So what? Of course, you believe that, right? That is her in the picture.
Oh yes, I do know. I do know that was on Shanquella. Also, she was already going through the transition or agonizing. So her body was on built up of gases, on fluids that are not being released from her what's the word in English? On liver. That's the part that has to do with your urinate on when you want to have urine. But anyway, she was having gases and out of built up. They claimed that there were several set oh splinter releases. So all of that is start changing the way your normal body look from a medical standpoint. We would see it as inflammation, but there's a lot of stuff happening internally in the body as the body start the process of being unalive. Another question. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Another question I have for you, and is you have any information or your personal opinion? Allegedly, who is the lady from the Cabo 5 that we see recording? Do you think that that's allegedly went to Donovan or allegedly Elise Hyatt?
I really do think that In my opinion, I believe that is Winter. I believe that is Winter that's standing next to Malik.
Okay.
And the reason I believe that is because I just believe that is Winter. And also, do I believe we don't know where Elise was in this whole situation? We don't know. The reason I say that is because they didn't do a 360 of the room. Like they didn't give us like a whole view of the room. Malik, when he was recording, he panned over to the left and then he panned over slightly to the right, right? But he didn't give like a full like scope of the whole room. So we don't know if anybody else was in there. Now that object in the like over there by the curtains, people thought it was a person kneeling down. Now I don't count that as obviously that's objects. However, behind them are like on the side, further on the side. I don't know if anybody else was in there in the room. But as far as the person recording, I believe that it was Winter. And I believe that if it wasn't Winter, it would already be out now that it wasn't her. Because she has her mother could have. I spoke to her mother on the phones briefly, and I believe that at that time she would have said, "My daughter wasn't even in the room," or she would have said something like to that effect. But she didn't. Because that's an easy way for her mother to like excuse her from this and say that she was there but she wasn't in the room. I said, but your daughter was there, but she said she just like whatever. But she could have said, well, she wasn't even in the room, or she could have said something to that effect, but she didn't. So I do believe that it was Winter in the room, and it actually would probably make more sense. But was Elise in the room? We don't know because, like I said, it didn't pan throughout the room. What are your thoughts?
Well, I want you to know I've been following your channel. I don't come up and say hello, nothing like that, because like I say, it's been a little bit rough. And I made a mistake of trying to be friendly with the cold fashioned content creator, and I got rusted, so I decided just to stay quiet, you know. But I've been following you, so I am very aware of all of your videos and your research. So what you tell me is not new to me. I've been following you for a long time. I just haven't had the courage to speak up. But when I saw you talking with Nazeer, I just especially because I want Nazeer to know that we believe him, and you know, we hoping that things work out so he can be at peace from the stress he's going through. Everybody's going through stress. But anyway, I believe that was allegedly Elise Hyatt.
And what makes you think it was Elise? Because of her nails? I think people were saying something about nails.
Because of her nails. Because of her nails, and the fact that out of the two people, there's supposedly there is rumors that there's two people speaking with the FBI because of the level of influential people in allegedly Elise Hyatt's family. I believe they have advised her to take that deal with the FBI to come out and give her part of the story. That doesn't mean, in my opinion, if she is the other person who is being close to the FBI, that is exonerated from any criminal responsibility, because if that was her recording, she will be the person saying why she's not fighting, and she didn't help or stop the fight. So she is as criminally negligible as DJ will be allegedly. I do believe that she just took the deal, but I totally believe that it was her, in my opinion. Now, as far as Donovan, as allegedly Donovan, I believe that she may have something to do with the fight. I'm not saying that there's not a video, nothing like that, but I am one of the people who believe that Miss Robinson was beat up by more than one people. And that will explain her here and her inability or lack of desire of fighting back. She was tired. She had already had a rough morning, and I totally believe that there is more. I agree with you that there was jealousy, previous jealousy, and I also think that I was gonna say something and I forgot. I totally believe that the reason, I don't know if it was you that I hear it from just now or it was from the Hollywood Nest, but I totally believe Shanquella knew what was happening or she had the feeling that something was not right. And that's why she was videotaping and recording as much as she could. And I actually think that she tried to get out, but she didn't make it.
Yeah, and some people believe that it was Elise in the recording. Some people believe Winter. I just feel like Winter's mother is more vocal, and I believe that with certain opportunities that she will actually try to say, well, my daughter wasn't even in the room, right? So it doesn't make sense for her not to say that her daughter wasn't even in the room. And she was like, she wasn't in the room at all, right? I mean, she had the opportunity to say that. She had the opportunity to say that my daughter was, when I spoke to her, she could have said, I said, your daughter was there. She could have said, rebuttal and said, my daughter wasn't in the room. But she did say you weren't there. But yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I was going to say that. She was really hyper and upset. I do remember she telling you that you were not there.
But yeah, but she gave like a little sermon. So to me, in that little sermon, she could have said, my daughter wasn't even in the room. I would have said that, like, my daughter wasn't even in the room. Now, one thing about Nazir, too, is this. Isn't it strange or odd that he is the only one still on social media, posting on social media, on Twitter, active on IG.
Well,
made a video and everything else. So to me, that's odd as well. And not like in a negative way, but for him to like keep on like giving like a statement or saying certain things or even like posting, that's odd for someone that is trying to is extremely worried about like keeping the cover up. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're trying to cover up something, like you're gonna be, to be honest, you're trying to cover up and omit something, you're gonna be on mute, you're gonna be on silent, you're not gonna really try to say anything to anybody because you're gonna like want to be in hiding, to be honest. If I was trying to cover up something I've done, I'm not gonna be, it's gonna be on mute. It's not gonna be a subject or topic of conversation because I don't want to say anything that could be used against me, right?
In a court of law.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you that he's being very verbal. And he is definitely in a quest to get his story out. So I feel like he got some kind of confidence that things are not going to go totally sour for him. But also I wanted to say recently there were allegedly some posts about allegedly Elise Hyatt having fun with allegedly Georgia. But unlike Nazeer, she is not making any statements, no comments. When the reporter allegedly approached her, she had nothing to say. So it's a constraint. That's what makes me feel like she was the one taking the picture and her family allegedly got her a deal.
It's actually kind of so you're saying like a that she's like working with the police like to get like a lighter sentence or something, like the FBI. But she could do that without actually being the one recording. She can still try to what's this?
And that's true. She can actually do that without being the one recording. But if she wasn't in the room at the time of the brutal attack, I would want to clear my name as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that we don't know who was all in the room because he didn't do like a full 360 of the room. He didn't like turn around. He didn't go like all the way completely like the full scope of the room so we could see like where like we didn't even see like the entrance to the room, like the door. Right? So we didn't see like who she could be over there standing. We don't know.
Can I ask you a question? In your research of the Villa, do you totally believe that there are exterior cameras in it?
Exterior, yeah, pointing at the driveway like the street, but not like pointing towards where anything else at. Because the Ivan concierge said there's cameras, but they can only point it towards the roads.
Okay.
And also, well, isn't it like interesting? Like when Malik was recording the brutal attack, he panned. It's like he panned towards Khalil, and he also panned towards Winter. Like, what was the point of that? It's like to capture. It's like he did it to capture them in there. I don't know. It's just weird from me to see like someone recording and then like pan. So maybe when he panned, he panned there and panned there. So to me, if there was somebody else in the room, he probably would have panned them to like pan towards them.
So now let me ask you a question: if that was not allegedly Elise, where was she?
Well, we do know that Elise lost her sister Anita Hyatt to right before she was going on a trip, she was killed by intimate partner homicide. So she had just had a death in the family. So she probably should not have went on a trip. She probably wasn't even in the full mood to celebrate or party and do this and that. But she probably was told to just go on the trip anyway because it was already paid for and booked, and the flight was everything was already planned in the itinerary. So probably just to go and then just come back. But probably when she got there, she couldn't fully enjoy herself. And most likely she was getting messages and texts and everything else from the family about her sister. So she probably really wasn't like, I don't believe, to be honest, sometimes every now and then I believe that Elise was part of it, the cover up, but not as part of. I don't think she was probably in the room, but I don't know because the room didn't fully pan.
But you see, that's why it is important to speak with people who can be mature about the investigation. Because now you're giving me a different perspective because concerning allegedly Elise Hyatt, because we, as far as I remember, we didn't saw her either when they was doing the push-up, when they was playing the allegedly game card. So you can be right, she probably was not in the mood of partying, so she just had dinner and probably was more in a meditative, somber perspective concerning what had just happened to her sister.
Now they did say her name. If you actually listen to that video when they're playing the card game, or one of those videos, they actually do hear her, like you hear them talking to her or say her name. To me, I think that they were trying to probably get her in the mood or get her to like participate, whatever. Because I did hear them say Elise because she was there. I had to watch it again. I don't know if it was a card game or another one, but she was there in the room. But
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah. It actually says Elise. I don't know if I got that video with me or not.
I am so sorry. I'm so up. I'm sorry. And they're blasting the music and outside, and I'm trying to. You could hear it. I'm hoping that they go away.
Well, I mean that's typical in different areas, That's okay. I think Nazir got there before. At 1, I think before Saturday 1, I think he was there Friday night by the pool. Okay, well, as I said before, Linda, once you're talking to the FBI and other people, you can't lie about what time you arrived somewhere. You can lie, but you can't get away with it. You can lie, but you can't get away with it. So his flight time has already been proven. He did not get there. The earliest he got there had to be 1:40 p.m. Mountain Time, Cabo. So he, that's something he can't lie about because there's evidence and receipts that can be pulled by just anybody. I think even LA from this NC showed that you can probably call the airport and see flight times, right? So if that's the case, and I also saw his stuff, he did not get there until like 1:40 p.m. Mountain time. So he was not there. Now, if you wanted to accuse someone of lying, it have to be something that can't be verified. If it's something that can be verified or disproven, then that person is a dumb fool to even lie about it, because a quick call to the airport and get his itinerary, his booking information, and then he's exposed. So that's dumb. And then on top of that, they have to enter into a gate to get into the area, the homeowners association through the villa. They have the security gate with cameras, right? And then he also took a video when he got there. That would also have a time, and the camera will have a time on the roadway. It's just too much. So he will not get away with that. So I wouldn't lie about what time I ride, because it can be verified or not.
And I totally agree. I totally agree with you on the FBI have access to the FAA, which is the Federal Aviation, whatever it is they are aiming for. So all that information about his flight and the passport can be easily obtained. Nazir doesn't even have to provide it. They will have that offhand to catch him in a lie, even before they interview him.
Yeah, and I actually might I don't know if his video, if he called for Nazir ticket or not, but what I could probably do is just make a call and then just see like his times, right? Even though he already posted his tickets, but people are saying, oh, they were doctored up or they were fake. So I don't know. But people will just believe what they want to believe, but that's something that he can't not lie about and get away with. So that's no point of lying about that. That can easily be disproven in a matter of minutes just by calling the airport.
And I want to say this: I hadn't fly home in 5 years since 2017, and this time when I came home, when I got to the airport, both in the U.S. and I did not even have to go to the ticket master to get a printout of my ticket. I didn't got one. I didn't got one from my computer before I left. I just went to the counter and I get my name and the code that they had given me for the flight, and they were the one who print out something and gave me for my bag that was going in the cargo of the plane. And then once I passed the gate, that's when they actually print out like the boarding ticket to the plane with my seat arrangement. So things has changed.
Yeah, one content creator actually called on the phone and they were giving out information. And sometimes you can actually look up online depending on the airport.
Yes, I saw that content creator verifying the information. She could only get the one side of the flight. I don't know if it was the departure or the arrival. I can't remember which one information that was able to provide in at least 3 of them or so that are here that she was researching.
Did they call like the Kabul airport to get this information, or United States? Usually United States is more.
It was Dallas. I think they was calling to Dallas, Texas.
Oh, okay. Because I think there's different ones you can lay over at. So if it wasn't, sometimes you might have to call more than one, especially if there's someone that had a different connect.
I have a question for you. If a person has access to a private jet, do you have any information on how those stuff work as far as the passport? And this has nothing to do with Nazir. Let me put that out there. This has nothing to do with Nazir, but if a person had access to a jet or a private plane, how would that work? Do you know anything about that?
I doubt it would be in their budget to even have access to that, but it would still be the same rules.
So they would have to have a passport show the passport and have some kind of way of verifying that they boarded that flight.
Well, to me, it just has to probably Nazir posted his tickets
No,
information. So
this
really
is not related to Nazeer.
uh-huh.
This I don't know if you and I know you go strictly by receipt. But there were rumors that there were other people there. So I was asking, if those other people happen to come in a private jet, or how can we track that down? But that's a question that you could probably answer me at another time.
Yeah,
If,
I really don't understand how that will work with private jets, but to me, anyone that uses like airways to travel will actually have to it has to be, I don't think that anyone can just I think everything still has to be registered, should I say. Yeah. I don't know though, but I don't really know, to be honest, about everything about airlines and private jets, but I do know that they can't afford a private jet for this. But I know you're not talking about this case, but I don't know. What is this question right here? It says, if the couple lied to Nazir about Shanquella's condition, does that mean he showed up unexpectedly? I don't know if his. I don't really know why he showed up a day late. Some people say it's because he had a death in the family. Some people say he was a last minute add on, or just he took someone's spot. I don't really know why. Is the couple lied to Nazir about Shanquella's condition? Does that mean he showed up unexpectedly? I said before that I don't think it was planned to kill Shanquella. So it was already, but I do think it was planned for him to arrive. That they knew he was coming. They already knew he was coming. Still, they're not gonna say, "Oh, don't come, don't come." They already knew that he had already on his flight and he was already on his way. So they had to have a plan to tell. They had to tell him something when he arrived. And I do find it interesting that it looks like to me that they left him to take care of Shanquella, or left him like alone with Shanquella. To me, that comes like a little sketchy. Kind of, it comes across kind of like a setup, to be honest. If I arrive and y'all have just brutally attacked somebody, you're not telling me anything, and then you leave me to take care of that person, and then when the doctor and everybody comes, I'm with the person. That's kind of a setup. I mean, I just came. I just came on this trip, and y'all telling me somebody got alcohol poisoning, and then now the doctor's coming, and then the police coming, and all this stuff, and then like now I'm like the one that was alone with the person last, and you already know people say who was with the person last and alone with the person last. To me, that's a setup. And that's why he got a lot of heat. And to be honest, and also added on to that, him saying, I didn't even get to enjoy the shelf or the ATV and and this and that. That came across as narcissistic and self centered. But looking at everything from the outside in, if you just arrived on a trip and people saying alcohol poisoning with everything, and they're not even around Shanquella, because he didn't say everybody in the room. He said like he was like alone with her, trying to make her comfortable. So where was everybody else? Why wasn't everybody else making her comfortable and doing this and that? Like, child, I think that he got there. They said she in the game room, and then they tried to have him set up for what was happening. And they knew by then they knew that she couldn't talk, so they already knew that when she wouldn't be able to say anything.
I agree with you. That was a setup. He also said in his live that they were like hungry, so they moved to they were hungry, so then they were that's why he moved from the game room with her to the living room in order to be closer to the other ones that were worrying about being hungry and I guess fixing something to eat. But
Yeah.
as far as his voicing his frustration about not being able to enjoy the trip, I have children that ages, and I think that will be, expectable from that type from that generation. Going in an international trip can be expensive, and you got to get your passport. You're trying to get your clothes to look nice and stuff like that. It was his birthday a week before, so yes, there could be a little bit of frustration and probably sound like immaturity for us adults that he will voice his frustration on not being able to enjoy the flight on his own international flight to Mexico. But for that for his age, I I give him a pass. Because I could totally believe that that would be something someone his age would be concerned at the moment, because at that moment he didn't knew the how deep into trouble he was. He's trying like to, let's go to the ATV. You know what I mean? He didn't know what he was walking into, ex- except for what they told him.
Yeah, I'm not talking about when he arrived. I'm talking about his
The
video
life,
after Shanquella passed away and the video he made afterwards and posted online. At
and
that
I was
point, everything else should have been left to the wayside and not even really fully discussed about
and
how
at that
he
time,
got on.
and at that time, I would still find it reasonable, because you know why? He had apparently like 3 or 4 dead in his family, but he still flew away. Allegedly, at least Hyatt the her sister passed the day before the 28th, or early in the morning of the 29th, and she still flew away. I'm 55. I don't know how old you are. If that would have been that happening to me, I would not have taken the flight to go nowhere. I would have stayed with my family and then try to get the money back by showing proof to the agent to the airplane agency that there was a death in the family. And some of those flights nowadays, when you are booking them, they are forcing you like to get insurance on the flight for unexpected stuff, even for a flight delay because of the weather. Now most airlines are not being responsible or booking you back in a flight. So if you don't have insurance, you're gonna be in a predicament or having to buy a complete new ticket to take care of something that has nothing to do with you. So I didn't find it outrageous that he would voice the fact that after he went through all of that, because he did even mention, I think, that he had to pay for a passport and stuff like that. Yeah, those that shield people in that generation and in that age, they care about their money. So I didn't find it outrageous for him to say that. But then again, I got children his age.
Yeah, I heard someone else mention that as well. To me, um, despite age, I think that it still should have still been a level of more uh, not really worried about that because Shanquella is no longer here. So most people are not expecting the video to be about him per se, just mostly about Shanquella and not hearing about his issues. It's kind of like when someone has a bigger issue than you, and then you're talking about something trivial and minute, and you're like, oh, okay. So it's not the time, or it wasn't like the time for that to talk about any of that. But I understand your point to your perspective. You're saying that because of his age and they can be a little like self-centered and like focus and because of the money that was spent and everything. But either way it goes, it put a bad taste in people's mouth. It put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth when that happened. Do you think if he was there that he would have stopped the fight?
I
Well,
totally believe. I totally believe he would. I can't. After seeing the way he has on. I'm sorry, you didn't finish your question.
no, I just read that's a comment. So I'm just reading comments.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not seeing the comments.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
the
I'm
comment
sorry. I'll
says,
let
do you
you
think he
answer
was there?
first.
Oh, you're fine. You're
I'll
fine.
let you.
You answered it.
Um, I totally believe after seeing the way he has conducted himself after everything came alight about the fight, the viral video and stuff like that, and he doing his Instagram, he has been communicating whatever little bit with a few content creators in order to give his side of the story without getting himself into more legal trouble. I totally believe that he would have fight the fight on. He would have stopped the fight, and at the very least, if he was not able to fight it, he probably would have died also trying to prevent further damage. Because I totally believe that I am one of the person who believe that when Shanquella was going around the big house trying to find her friends, and they were all in that room. That energy, that vibe was not positive at all. Something was going on, and I totally believe they was talking about what they was going to do and stuff like that. So if he would have been there, he probably would have been caught up in a bad situation too, and probably would have been injured if he interfered. So, but I totally believe he would have stopped the fight.
Okay. First, I
What you
wanted
think?
to try to get in more of a to use the like different verbiage like brutal attack, because it's not really a fight because she didn't want to fight, so more like a brutal
And I
attack.
agree with you.
But
I agree with you.
yeah, I think that Nazir. I think that if I knew someone was coming to the villa and that person would cover for me and take up for my lies, I would actually tell them I would actually like clue them in and tell them like what happened, and for them to help me like assess you after the fact. So I believe that if Nazir was if they believe based on like being a roommate or knowing him as a person, that if they believed that he would help cover it up, they would have clued him in and told him more details and to him to be a part of the cover up. If they believe that so I don't think, since they didn't do that and they lied to him about being alcohol poisoning, they already knew that he was a type that wouldn't be down for it. Okay. So however, I don't know if he was there, if he actually would have stopped it. And the reason I say that is because um just like the others stood around, I think that he probably, I don't know. I think that he probably would have watched too, because he knows Dejanay too. He knows Dejanay based on Twitter, that he knows her like since college, right? And then also Shanquella. So once you know two people, then it becomes like more of a, you become like there's neutrality there, like you're neutral in certain cases. So most people, to be honest, will step in when things get too crazy and goes too far left. Like even in the fight when it starts going too crazy, most people step in. But then there are sometimes I saw people like go at it, then there's not. But in this case, there's not really it's not a fight, it's a brutal attack. So most people actually step in when it's a brutal attack because they're like, hey, that person's not hitting back. Especially when actually I would expect that if you're friends, if you see two friends and then one is brutally attacking another and the other person isn't fighting back and said that they're not gonna fight back, right? That you actually intervene and stop it, because it's like, hey y'all, like something like that, right? So that's weird in itself for no one to like say like that's enough, and she ain't hitting back, and all right, right? So maybe he would be the type. I don't know, but that's just because a lot of times people can say I would have did this, I would have did that, but when there's like group thinking or group things going on, then sometimes if everyone will look around and see what other people are doing and everybody else just watching, then usually they follow the group mentality and just watch. I don't know. Me, I'm the type of person that I don't follow groups. I'm like more of a leader type person. I will actually say, like that's enough, because she ain't even like hitting you back and stuff like that, right? But I mean, some people are, I don't know. So I can't really know, but that's just answering your question. I don't know what he would do if he was actually a leader type or not. But I do know that they didn't trust him enough to, they didn't trust or believe that he could be clued in or told exactly what happens. Because if they did, if they thought he'll be down for it, then they would have told him like, "Hey, this is what happened," and everything else. But they kind of figured he wouldn't be down for it. What happened? So that's why they didn't include him in on the cover up. Kelly, I'm so curious about his late arrival to protect her, but too late. There is to me still a level of civil negligence, which could possibly be like lead to a lawsuit. To be honest, people can like spin it to where it's a lawsuit because of negligence. But depending on, like I said, if when he got there and they told him the doctor was already on the way, that means that he would just wait for the doctor to get there. And then people would say they wouldn't say he's negligent because he was just waiting for the doctor to get there that was already on the way. But I'm talking about negligence as far as he moved her. Her cause of death is atlas luxation, and you're not supposed to move the person. You're supposed to keep their head like keep their spine and like neck like stable, head stable. So moving her actually wasn't a great idea. So someone could actually hold him civilly negligent, not for actually causing atlas luxation, but worsening the condition by moving her, which would be negligence, right? And also the doctor medical negligence as well for not saying, "Oh, call 911, call emergency," and not like doing it herself immediately. So that's also negligence, medical negligence.
Can I ask you a question, Dani?
Uh-huh.
Do you think that in the case of Nazeer, the Samaritan law will apply when a stranger or when a person is helping someone else in medical distress? Because I think what Nazeer was doing was more of a Samaritan, you know. Can you be found medically can you be sued in a civil way if you was trying to help somebody medically as a Samaritan? Okay, he didn't know about the atlasation. At that point, nobody knew that she was internally decapitated. The doctor, I can agree with you because she should be in a position. The fact that they told her that she fell, that should have put a neck brace. But with Nazeer, he doesn't have a medical degree, and the fact that he tried to help her in different ways, and also he is the one who provided mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, he will be more in the lines of being a Samaritan.
The thing is that, yeah, that's what I said earlier, that the doctor will be easier to sue. I don't know if you were here or not.
Yes, I hear you when you say that.
Yeah, the doctor will be easy to sue because she's a medical professional with expertise and know-how and should have done her own assessment, not say, "Oh, you go to a doctor, you say I have bronchitis," they will still examine you and see what you exactly have and give a diagnosis. They'll do an assessment. So they'll say, "Oh, you don't have bronchitis, you have pneumonia." So doctors still have to get their own assessment. So she's more liable and culpable. As far as Nazeer, he doesn't, like I said, he doesn't have a medical degree or expertise or know-how or be expected to make a diagnosis. So it'll be harder to sue him. However, anybody can bring on a lawsuit, and sometimes people can actually twist things and spin things. And to be honest, it does not look good for Nazeer in the long run. The reason I say this is because, and sometimes I hate doing this because sometimes it can be spun, but it's just the truth. As like the defense attorney can say, the video of the brutal attack is not 100% showing at the end of the video that Shanquella was deceased. It's showing her being brutally attacked, but it's not showing that she's deceased in that exact video. And we can say, well, yeah, but obviously those attacks and those moves and those hits to her body cause atlas luxation. But okay, we don't actually see 100% in that video that she died at in the video, right? Then on top of that, they put her in the game room or whatever, and Nazeer gets there, right? He is now a part of this because now they will say Nazeer was alone with her. She was okay, and then Nazeer was alone with her in the room, in the game room. And people can say, well, we don't know what Nazeer did in the game room. The others can say, well, we don't know what the maid all saw because there are some say that she gave a statement, but we haven't seen the official statement, right? So the maid hopefully she arrived before Nazeer and will actually have a good statement or description of how Shanquella looked, because that will actually save Nazeer. If the maid got there and saw that Shanquella had a busted eye, busted lip, and these injuries, that will actually help Nazeer, because if it's not, oh Lord, I'm telling you, that will actually put him in a bind or pickle, because in the video we can see these attacks on her, but Nazeer being alone in that game room with no one being around and besides him, right? that leaves a lot of room for someone to try to sue him for something. And like, even if you say, well, she already had Alice luxation, so he didn't cause that. But since he said he moved her body from the game room to the living room, people can say, well, him moving her body around, like destabilized her neck, right?
Yes.
Or something like that. So then it worsened her condition, and then that was what caused her death. So then he like worsened the condition. So they would say that he's responsible for her death because he should not have moved her body. But then you would say, well, not she was still alive. But actually, you would say she was still alive because when the doctor came, she was still alive. And so that means that Nazir didn't kill her. Then you can now blame the doctor and say that what she was doing to Shanquella's body, that detonating kill her, and then Nazir did, and then the doctor did her body doing CPR. So there's a lot to this, but the Nazir can actually be, they don't know what, they can say, well, we don't know what Nazir did while the time in the game room. He could have did something to Shanquella and then this and that. So to be honest, he actually came in there until like something that can set him up, because why would they leave him alone with Shanquella and then say alcohol poisoning, right? So but there's a way like he can be sued because they can say that he should not have moved her body around. It'll be hard, but it's possible.
I have a question for you. I can't remember, but if it do you remember hearing that Nazeer say that he got there and he was recording when he came into the BIA?
I did hear him say that he when he was recording, he had two videos. One when he pulled up, when he was recording when he pulled up to the villa. And then he also said he had one like where the pool is, but like I guess like the pool area is close to like the game room, like conjoining or something. Like you can see like, you know how they have those glass sliding doors, so it probably could, like that. The game room is like connected like to the pool area, so you can be like by the pool taking a picture, but then still see what's happening in the game room, right?
Well, I hope that Nazeer is like me, one of those annoying persons that is always with a camera trying to take pictures of everything. And I hope that he had taken pictures or videos of all of them, because I can imagine myself getting into the villa with my phone out, and as I'm walking in, that I'm getting ready to greet everybody, I will be taping and recording how they greeting and how the environment look, how the villa look. I want to take a picture of everybody expression of happiness because I am on vacation. So hopefully we don't know what he recorded exactly, but hopefully he got something that might help him.
He said he has a video of him in the video by the pool and game room. He can I guess you can hear him saying Shanquella get up or something in that video. Okay. This comment says, man, the only problem is why did he leave her? Yeah, that's the question. Now I'll actually watch this video again because he kept on like bouncing from here to there. Because I think you also mentioned it too, Lisa, something about him being the one that contacted the family. He did mention something about, I can't remember exactly what he said. Did he contact the family or someone else? But there was speculation that he is the one that probably reached out to the family or tried to or stated something to the family. I don't know. And they probably weren't accepting. I don't know. That's something I would have to look into. So I'm not don't hold me to anything I'm saying right now. I would have to look into that and watch this video again to hear exactly what he said.
I know as of today, I know that I hear him saying that, but exactly what he said, if it was in the Instagram or in the interview when he went to that content creator, but I do remember he's saying it, and if I'm not mistaken, I also think that the family confirmed it, but they was at the moment they was not ready to receive it. But I may be wrong. Don't quote me because, like I said, I listen to the details and stuff like that. But as the time progressed, unless I'm looking at my notebook where I got all my notes, it's hard for me to remember everything with a lot of details. But I think the family did acknowledge that he came. But at the time, they really didn't believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I would actually have to listen to his video again to actually recall that because I don't have a recollection of that right now.
It's a lot. This case has a lot of details. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of components. That's why sometimes when people asking me questions, I am more inclined now to be quiet and I don't have the answer. I don't remember because I don't want nobody to be saying that Lisa from Geraldo Sneaker say this, or if she say that, Geraldo Sneaker saying that too. So I just being careful with what I say and what I remember, and I say it's my opinion.
Yeah. So I will have to actually look at that and see, go back to that video. But like I said, I will actually see if he can answer other questions, but I don't know. He might not want to because he probably thought the first message he probably thought the first time he thought that message probably was going to be private because I didn't put out the other one. So he probably thought this would be private, right? But then I said, can I post it? Right. So I don't know if he'll answer any other questions.
So
I'll
he
try.
didn't give you permission to post it. He
Huh?
didn't give you. He did not agree to post this today.
Yeah, he said I could. I'm
Oh,
saying
okay, okay.
I think that he was surprised. I think that he didn't think that I would even ask because he thought that I wasn't going to. Like he thought it was just like a message before, like he answered the question, I didn't post it. You know? Because like the first
Well,
time he wrote me before,
I
I
hope
never
he
posted
received
it.
it in a positive way. I hope he received your actions in a positive way.
But
Because I
yeah,
don't think
I would say there's questions. That's why I have a question too, Victoria, is because I need to know when the doctor arrived and she was insisting that she go to emergency care, what were all the responses in the room? What were all the responses? Because there's a group of people in the room. Some people might have been saying yay, and some people might have been saying nay. We don't know how the votes were in or what was happening. We don't know, right? But we do know that Winter is eventually the one that called, right? She eventually the one that called. And people keep asking me, like, have I called Winter's mom? Another creator I gave the number to, they called, but I don't know if they called back or not. Well, they called and then she called back, and then I don't know if they called back. So I have not actually called the Winter's mom, but I don't even know what I would say because, to be honest, she overtalks. And she overtalks, and then she's one type of person that she overtalks you, and then you let her talk, and then she hangs up. But yeah, she ended up being the one that called. But I need to actually look at the unofficial police report again. Like how many times, like what made her eventually call, and was she the one that actually kept refusing, or was it just different people refusing? And what was Nazir doing during that time? So that, to be honest, that's my number one question right now for him. On a timeline is what happened when the doctor was insisting that people call 911 or get her to the hospital. What was his response during that time period? And remember, his response, the whole time, everything is still being based off alcohol poisoning. So everything is still being based off alcohol poisoning, and not something else. So yeah, if it's still being based off alcohol poisoning, then it will get a different response from some people than others. I don't know. But yeah, those are questions I have, as well as the final pieces to the puzzle. Is that okay? I'm gonna keep it hot. Kelly Schuster said, yeah, keep it real and slang. Okay. Yaz Hunter Yaz, make sure I hit the like button. It's free to way to support the channel. It says we just wish Gerardo Zuniga she dropped down. We just wish Gerardo Zuniga would admit when he has dropped information and we could trust him more. Oh, my bad. We just wish Gerardo Zuniga would admit when he has dropped misinformation. We would trust him more. Yeah, I spoke on that before. And to be honest, like even the other day, well, yesterday on my other channel, I actually posted something and I was like, oh, wait. As soon as I posted, I was like, wait, this is not right. So I was like, scratch that. Some people actually think that that actually lowers their credibility, but to me, I don't really think so. Like as soon as it's like once you realize a mistake, if you quickly correct it, then it actually increases like your credibility, because people will say, well, if that person makes a mistake or it's misinformation, they're gonna correct it immediately, like even seconds later, or as soon as possible. So it's like a level of trust, right? So to me, it actually builds trust if you make an error and then you immediately correct it as soon as possible. You correct it and say, I apologize. Or you can just say, well, oh, I just heard him say, I scratched that. Don't post that. Don't share it. And then I edited it out. I retracted it and I took it out the video. So there's nothing wrong with just correcting misinformation and issuing a retraction. It actually makes you more professional and you're more credible, because people know, well, she fucks up, she's gonna actually tell us she fucked up and the correct information or correct it. Yeah, keep on shining. Petition change.org/Shanquella. So I don't know what happened to Lisa. Maybe she got busy or dropped down by mistake. Okay, but y'all, I'm gonna have to get off. I tried to go through a lot of comments. Let me see. Read about 5 more comments. Hey, Melanie. Jessica says, I'm sorry, I just don't believe Nazir. I think because she was moved once or twice before he got there, that's bad of the process, and she was unalive before he got there. Yeah, for people that believe that she was unalive before he got there, then that's also saying that the doctor and Nazir both are saying that she's unalive before they got there. So then that would say that the doctor and Nazir are part of a cover-up. They're covering for each other. To me, saying she's unalive puts in a whole new, like, kind of, to be honest, like a movie, where it's kind of like they're conspiring. Nazir and the doctor both like say, hey, let's both pretend like she was still alive when we both got here. So then that brings in like a cover-up between the doctor and Nazir. And I really don't see them have like a close friendship or any reason for them to both cover for each other or have some kind of plan, unless you're trying to say, oh, well, Nazir paid off the doctor and now they both are saying that she was unalive. And also, what would be the point of Nazir and the doctor saying she was unalive? I mean, that she was alive. Why would it be beneficial for the doctor and Nazir to say that she was dead? I mean, that she was unresponsive instead of deceased. To me, I would rather, to be the doctor, I would actually rather say, when I got there, Shanquella was already DOA, dead on arrival. She was already deceased. So there was that. I would rather say that. And if I was not I would rather say, okay, she was already deceased. For them to say that she was still alive and responsive, then that's actually making them more culpable or responsible. So if they actually wanted to get off and have it get away, the cover up should actually be that, hey, we're going to both say that she was deceased when we got here. Shoot, I'd rather say somebody was, hey, they were already gone before I got here. That's better. Saying that someone was alive when you got there is actually putting you in more trouble. So that's why I said, if people got to cover up, they would do the smart cover up. The smart cover up is say, when I got there on the scene, she was already gone. I would just say already gone. I wouldn't say, oh, her eyes were moving. She was trying to get words out and speak. She was unresponsive and she had faint breathing. I wouldn't say that. I would say she was already gone. That's the right cover up. And that's less trouble, because you can say she was already gone. If you say somebody was alive and you got there, now they're going to wonder, like, okay, when they were alive when you got there, then what happened? Then what did you do to them to make them die? So then that's going to make people investigate you and look into you more. That's not a good cover up. That's why I said that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But I know some people might. To some people, it makes sense. But to me, a good cover up is to say that someone was already gone. And to be honest, some people actually use that somebody's already gone or deceased before you arrive. That way you can say that you didn't do it. To actually say someone was alive when I got there. Now people are going to be looking at you like, oh, okay, they were alive when you got there. You were the last person with them. Now they're going to be looking at you. I think that she was alive but unresponsive without localization. And then when he got there, they said she was in the game room, and then he went in there, and then they were going to make him the last person with her. And everybody know the police investigate the last person with somebody. So they were making him the last person with her while he's trying to treat her for alcohol poisoning, setting him up. To be honest, that I would actually think I was set up. I would think somebody tried to set me up to be the last person with somebody. Yep, I would think that's how I got set up, because now I'm thinking that it's alcohol poisoning, right? And then now I'm with this person, and then the doctor comes. Yeah, I would think that I was set up, or trying to set me up at least. Shell says Nazir told his truth as it pertains to the attack. I always believe that. To be honest, at first it seemed a little sketchy as far as what threw me off, like I said, the first time, to be honest, is the self-centeredness and the narcissism that threw me off. But once everything else came out, the smoking gun are the main thing to me that like kind of caught my attention. Was a lot of things that really make sense, because when if someone includes you in on the cover up, when you're retelling a story, right, you're going to add in those bits and pieces and details that they told you. He doesn't seem to know, when in his video he didn't know certain details that someone that was included would know. He didn't know all the details of everything. When you're included in the cover up, people are you are told like a lot of information, so you'll be able to. You are told the whole story and the whole plan of how everything is, so that way you'll know what to say and be along with the gang and the group on what to do and what to say. In his video, he didn't know. He only knew his part, like what happened when he got there, and then when he mentioned them, he would say, "But they told me the maid found her." He only told them bits and pieces. He didn't say like. He didn't know every detail, and that's a problem. So he's not somebody you can go to and say, tell us like a lot of details, but he doesn't know. Well, he didn't give me that impression that he knew in the video. Secondly, in his video, like I said, later on, it kind of aligned with what the death certificate said and the symptoms of allosuction. And those were the two main things to me that kind of made me see it a different way. Dani, do you have his itinerary? I do have the flight tickets that he posted, and I already went. I have a whole different video, and I'm not going to go over it again in this video. But I have a different video on his flight times, and I mapped out because I have the address for the villa. I mapped out the time that gets to the villa from the airport and everything else. So when my estimated time of arrival for him is 1:40 p.m. Kabul time. So like maybe 1:40 p.m. Kabul time. Nazir isn't the one that visited her family. He didn't go to the family's house. That was Khalil. Khalil is the one that went to the family's house, not Nazir. Yes, turn on all your notifications and make sure you hit the like button on this video to get the video into the algorithm. So the questions I have are basically, to be honest, the questions I have are not really direct questions. The questions I have are more like, when you saw the bruises on her body, what did you think about those? I know you said that you didn't see like the knot on her forehead, right, until the doctor mentioned it. What about the ones you did see? I'm going by what you said. Like you saw the busted eye, the busted lip, and this, right? So my question will be just what was your thinking process of how that came about and how she would get those bruises when they said alcohol poison? Okay, they lied about that. But what was in your mind, your thought processes about the other, like the injuries to her face, bruising and busted eye and busted lip, right? What did you think when you saw those? Because you saw it. So what was your thoughts and why didn't you say anything? Right? So I basically just want to know his thoughts at that moment of seeing those. Okay? That's what I want to know. And then also, what was happening when the doctor was there and then she was insisting that Shanquella go to the hospital, right? So at that moment, who all in the room was in agreement with calling 911? Who was saying nay and who was saying yay? What was the votes on that, on getting her to the hospital? And secondly, in the picture we see, everyone else must be in at a distance because we only saw who, like they must be at a distance who, because Nazeer said it was the paramedic that took the picture, right? So everybody else must have been like in that area, that vicinity, right, of the paramedic. Oh, my bad, Lisa. My bad, girl. I started talking too much and I forgot to add you back up. What about the brick? I already answered that one. Yeah, that secret conversation with the cobble was very suspicious. Makes me wonder why everybody in the morning was positioned around the two, and some videoing some spectators reminded me of old school fighting. What was the point of Malik panning the camera to Khalil and then also to Winter? But that kind of like, I'm glad I asked myself that question because now it makes me think like if somebody else was in the room at a different angle, he probably would have added them in there. To be honest, it's kind of like if you go out to eat and you're eating your dinner, but then you get on like social media and you're like panning the camera around the table, like you like see you point the camera at everybody, like circle around the table and just get everybody. So I think that if somebody else was in the room, he would have panned the camera to that person too. So in that case, that means that to me it was Winter in the room, Khalil, and then of course Dejanay in there. So then Elise might not have been in the room, but she would be. Can you put yourself on mute, Lisa, for a second? She
Sure.
will be all right, I think you have a different browser open, so like a browser tab open, so it's like open twice. I don't know. I always, to be honest, for a while I thought that Elise probably was not in the room. And then she was probably in her room because she had just lost her sister and she wasn't like but I do believe that she's in on the cover up because there's no way you can actually be in that villa at that time and have all that commotion going on and all those hits and all that stuff happening, right? And not hear what's going on. But I don't think she was in the room. So I do think she was a part of the cover up though of it. If she was in the room, I don't know why Malik would pan the camera to the left of Khalil and then the right to see Winter's phone. And why would he just pan it to the right to see Winter's phone, but not to see like the face of Winter? Like if I'm panning the camera around, I'm trying to see people's faces to add. Like if I'm at a dinner, I'll eat or whatever I'm at, and I want to pan the camera around, I'm trying to see people's face to put into the live. So why wouldn't he put the face on? He put it on the phone. So that was kind of fishy. I don't know. Something's off with that whole recording. Was that like some kind of, I don't know why he would do that. It's something awful. He did it for a purpose to me, because now I think about it, he didn't actually put the face. What are your thoughts?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
That was a good point that you got to my mind. I mean, you're right. He didn't point at her face, but he did made an effort to kind of pinpoint who all was there, but he didn't turn towards the right. You know, I'm starting to think a little bit different about the scenario, whether it could be Winter allegedly or police. I'm gonna research a little bit more, but I was up until this moment, I was totally convinced that that was Elise, allegedly. That's what I think about that right now. It's like,
Yeah, I need to actually play the card game video, because that video will actually, you can actually hear them saying Elise in that video. So she, I have to actually play it again. Let me see if I
Dani,
can
I would like to
go ahead.
I would like to ask you a question. Is there anything that you would like to get from the Mexico side? Questions or whatever. I'm pretty sure you've been moving pretty good in that circle. So I'm totally aware that you don't need our help.
Well, I did reach out to Gerardo. I don't know if he actually told you before that I messaged him sometimes on WhatsApp. It's been a minute now. It's been a minute, but I have messaged him on WhatsApp. I pretty much gave him some ideas of things that we might be interested in knowing. And one of the things I actually did mention before was the knowing who owns the villa, because I did see that one website, but I had to have it said a Mexico, like a CURP code number or something, a CURP. You know what I mean? Or you know what that is?
If I know what that is, no, I don't. I do not know what that is, but I do know that you reach out to him. I didn't know what in particular the questions that you were asking or that you would like more collaboration. I do know that on this Tuesday he planned to talk about who is the owner of the villa. I don't know if you have seen that he posted it already, that there would be a live at 8 o'clock on the 28th.
That's actually one of the things I was working on, and I said I couldn't, and I told him I couldn't do it because I didn't have a CURP. So I told him that's something he could actually do himself because he has one. Like, yeah, he has a CURP ID. I don't. You have to be a Mexico citizen, or something else to have that number. But yeah, I actually suggested that as well, and the other suggestions I gave him because you know, like, there are some things like I cannot access or do. It's kind of like this. Since he's in Mexico, he has access to even like, well, if the trial is over there, of course, that would be helpful for him to do that. But I did mention the CURP, getting access to who owns the villa, because I know people are interested in that. Even like, I don't know. I have to look at the message I sent him, but I sent him a few ideas of what he could actually do while he's in Mexico. And I don't even know, because to be honest, I'm like a nosy person. So
yes, you are, but I like it.
I will actually, like, be honest, I'll be actually like even like seeing like where the cameras are. Like even like the entrance to the villa, they said it was like a security entrance, like to the gate. Like even just like I'll be just like, people are very visual, so even like pictures of like the different things like over there, that would actually be, most people would like visual things. I don't know if it's just me, but I would. Also, like, even if
Can
anything
I say
that we can't
something?
do over here in the United States that he can do in Mexico, people will be interested in, as long as it's some way related to the
Can I
Shanquella
ask you a
murder.
question? Is it possible if I send you my email, you can send me that list? Because I was expecting another content creator like to send me questions and stuff, and that has not happened. And like I said, we don't have no hidden agenda. We're trying to provide clarity and justice to this case from the Mexico perspective. And we're working on certain things in addition to try to answer questions and stuff like that. But if you could send me some of the I know that you are communicating with him, but if you could send me the questions, because sometimes I get attacked when I go into the content creators. I'm not there to create no drama. I'm trying to understand what are the concerns and issues, that the USA public may have, to see what can we help to clarify. But in the past few weeks, it's been a roller coaster, a storm, a tornado, and a hurricane. And that is not what I'm trying to do at all. The content creator Hell of a Chick requested to see if we can get a second interview with De La Rosa Anaya, the state attorney. We're working on that. And like I said, we are trying to help. In the future also, we might be doing like a panel with content creators, and I'm trying to choose people who are mature enough to be responsible to ask the right questions without being an attack, because this is not what we're trying to do. At least I am not going to put myself in that position, and I'm not going to allow nobody to be I'm not going to bring Geraldo Zuniga into that position if we do something like that. But in the future, if that is something that interests you, to be in our panel and ask some questions from your subscribers and stuff like that, I think, in my opinion, we have a mature conversation. You have been able to establish that I am not a troublemaker, that I came in peace, and we could probably collaborate and try to bring some clarity to this case. What do you think?
Well, I'm all for collaboration and joining panels. I just always make it clear that everyone's opinions are their own and not as a joint. It's not like combined. So if I go on a panel, I want to make sure that I'm there as a guest to give my opinion, and it doesn't mean that I'm co-signing or agreeing with everyone else's opinions as well. That's why I'll say a lot of times on a panel, I'll say, in my opinion. I do have a question. Well, this isn't actually for you. It will actually be for Gerardo. So never mind.
You could ask me. I can tell him.
No, I will. I'll actually just talk to him myself. Because I want to keep it like it's separate, like you're two separate people. So, but yeah, I'm okay with doing a panel as long as it's established that everyone is given their own, is there to be as a guest as giving their own opinions on the topic.
And that is correct. That would be the intention. I'm interested in moving forward the case, not to keep it stagnated in a particular point or situation. I'm trying to see what additional things we need to do that has not been done yet or has not been clarified as of yet.
Well, we can put it now under this, like people can leave in the chat now, like in the chat or in the comments if you watch the video later on the replay, that if you have anything for Gerardo that you think that he can do as his part in Mexico, as an ally in Mexico, what can he do that you will be interested in? Okay, because I'm in the United States, and a lot of times I reach out to people in Mexico, but there's like a language barrier, right? And also I'm not on Mexican soil, so I don't have access there. To be honest, one thing that he could do is he had Daniel De La Rosa Naya on his channel, right? That needs to be like a periodic, because like periodically to have him come back with an update just to show his face, or even just answer questions, or give any, to even like just say our statement for Dan De La Rosa gives periodic statements saying, hey, this is still ongoing investigation or something, just a update. So on his end, he has more access to Daniel De La Rosa and Mexican officials. If he can use his access and connections to give us updates, that would be great. On my end, I don't know if I'll still have access because of certain things that happen. Since I'm not in the media, I don't know if Shelly will respond, but I have been getting updates from the FBI on my end from like the U.S. perspective or official, right? And also speaking to U.S. people. But as far as Mexico, it's kind of hard for me to actually get in contact with who I need to connect with. So on his end, if he actually can just give us updates, that would be great. So that we'll have Mexico updates and as well as U.S. updates, because people need updates because it keeps us hanging on and in the know, and that, like something is still being going on and it's not going cold. You know what I mean?
I understand. We could work on that. We could definitely work on that.
Okay, either side, the maid. You said the maid needs to talk. Yeah, I don't know if anyone can actually get a hold of the maid, or if she, but I do know that the concierge, Ivan, he already stated that the maid and the chef. I think he sent somebody else. He said the maid and the chef already were questioned by the police. So if you mean the maid needs to talk to me, I thought that would happen. I actually haven't tried to find her beyond talking to the concierge. The concierge gave me a maid, but it was the wrong maid. So that was useless. That wasn't helpful. As far as getting the exact maid, which I probably is Lucy, I have not been able to get a hold of her. And I doubt she would talk either, unless she's uninformed and unaware of not supposed to talk. But like, I don't know, like to me, in Mexico, you probably have more access to people, but they might not actually talk. I don't know. But Dorado did get pictures of Shanquella from somebody. So who knows? He might can be like investigator over there and look into the maid and whatever. But I don't know, because some people don't give a statement during an open investigation. Sometimes you have to kind of be kind of sneaky to get answers out of people during an investigation, to be honest.
And another thing I wanted to say thank you for contacting Miss Isabel from the funeral home, and for confirming that she was the one who gifted the beautiful pink pajamas.
Yeah, that was so sweet. That was sweet of her. And you know what? I didn't really, I like kind of asked that question for just the viewers, but to me, in my heart of hearts, the way the father, Shanquella's father, described Elizabeth, he calls Elizabeth, right? The way he described her and how nice she was and helpful through the whole process, and it was pink pajama set, like pants set, like a pajama pink set, right? The way he described it, I already knew that it had to be her, and I had spoken to her like briefly, like she sent messages. I say, I figured it was her, but I just confirmed it, and sure enough, it was her. So yeah, that was sweet.
Yeah, we was trying to do a special interview with her to surprise the father, but they cannot talk.
Yeah, she said that she's only supposed to really talk to the family. She'll talk to the family, but to me, she talked to me briefly, but she doesn't really she won't go into full details of everything, but I doubt she would actually give an interview, but she just answers like sometimes people won't really give me like an interview, but they'll still answer questions or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, she answered that question. And then sometimes people will they won't respond to some questions, but then they'll respond to some others. But for her, to be honest, I was kind of sneaky because I was pretending like I already knew the answer even though I didn't know. But I know that people really won't get an interview at all because they've been told not to talk. And every time you try to talk to somebody, they say to contact the police department.
Exactly. And I was trying to explain that the other day, and I got attacked, and I'm like, that is the case. They have a gap of silence because there is an ongoing investigation and they're part of it. And as they attack, they are going to be facing penalty charges, you know. But it's like I say, I'm learning my lesson to be a little bit more selective about where I speak, and if I cannot speak, just hold my peace. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this case can be stressful.
Yeah, and also, it is a lot, and a lot to update, and also the research and everything else. What keeps me going, of course, I want justice for Shanquella, and since I'm the one who started like the petition, and even for another case, a lot of times it's kind of my job to try to update and keep things going. I mean, that's it's kind of like it is, but yeah, it's heavy and it's stressful. So every now and then, you actually do need to take a break for your mental health and mental well-being. Take a break from heavy cases and heavy topics.
And I know that's why I wanted to speak with you, because I appreciate and I know the amount of time that you have been involved in this case. And it's the same for Geraldo Zuniga. From the time he finished his life, he's working on something else. And it takes time. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 times that he got to go back into that area because he don't live right at that touristic area. You know what I mean? And it's like, it takes a lot. And then you plan to do something one way and it doesn't work out, so you got to try again. So I felt like you will be one of those people that can appreciate the level of work that is entailed in trying to investigate this case, because it's not easy.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, and there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of people involved, more than people would think. Yeah, so it's a lot to it. Definitely is. That's why I have a lot of videos, and some videos I might have to revisit, and that's why I did revisit Nazir's video. And the reason I revisited his video that led to me questioning him with this question is because I don't know, it just hit me all at once. I was like, remember Nazir's video, he kept saying speak, Quella, speak, or whatever. I'm like, why would he say speak, Quella, speak to someone that is unresponsive and in the way that people were describing? Because I'm like, when I thought about it, I was like, I was picturing her with her eyes closed or something, right? But when I heard the description and symptoms of Atlas luxation and how your eyes are open and you can move around, you can still hear, I'm like, wait, that would actually make more sense, because now I'm saying speak, speak, speak. It's like he sees that she's like looking around, and then he's saying speak, like say something, right? That would make more sense. And then he said also he put her like he what do you mean, like follow procedures of alcohol poisoning? Is alcohol, like, why turn her to her side? Is that what you're supposed to do for alcohol poisoning? I would have to look up. And where did he get these procedures from? Most likely he probably got it from, he probably Googled. I'm telling you, when they do the evidence, when they look at the evidence, there's going to be a lot of Google searches, because whenever somebody is in need or of an answer or something, people Google stuff to find
Especially
out.
that generation.
Hey, baby Shay, Ernestine. Hey, y'all. Hey, child. And even right now, to be honest, like, I have a lot on my plate. Like, I have this, of course, Shanquella Robinson, and then there's Jalen Lewis, and then now I'm talking about on my other channel, Legina Gold, which is like she thinks that she thinks like through delusion, or she think like she's intentionally saying that she's Aaliyah's daughter, which isn't true. So I spoke to the it's a lot going on with that too. And people are actually waiting for me on that channel to go live about that. But I don't even know if I'll be able to do it today because I was only expecting to be on here shortly. So to me, I add too much to my plate, and then I also have my real life and everything else. So I had a lot to my plate. And I don't know how I get everything done, but I usually get everything done, but then I'm burned out at the end of the day. Was it there when she was unresponsive? I don't, you need to clarify your question, Saucy. Hey, gotta take 5. Hey. Hey, Audrey. Hi, Dani. Thank you for being a voice of reason and for trying to bring justice for Shanquella in a way that is based on facts and not hearsay. I try to keep the focus on receipts and not speculation as much, but sometimes there can be some speculation. Oh, let me play this clip of, but I try to keep the speculation based on the receipts, like educated guess or educated speculation, not just based on just out of the blue or based on nothing at all. So let me play this. Let me pull this up. The drinking game. I don't know if they actually play it in this one, but you can hear them say at least at the end. Let me pull it up.
Don't do it how we do it because we used to drink motherfucking
drink.
One.
Winter, come on now.
David, you be working.
Deja, we know you weren't working on upper body when you was working out. Come on, let me see what you got, Winter.
3.
Winter, what is that? What a card, man. These people here.
Come on, Elise, grab a card.
Right there it says, "Come on, Elise." At the end,
Yes,
it's
I
like,
hear it.
"Come on,
Yes,
Elise."
I hear it.
You heard it.
Yes, I hear it.
Drink.
One.
Winter, come on now.
David, you be working.
Deja, we know you weren't working on upper body when you was working out. Come on, let me see what you got, Winter.
3.
Winter, what is that? What a card, man. These people here.
Come on, Elise, grab a card.
Yes, I hear it. Definitely hear it. Thank you.
Down to it. Fuck those who don't do it how we do it.
So yeah, it says, "Come on, Elise. Come on, Elise." So to me, they're trying to cheer her up, or I mean, not cheer her up, but trying to get her to keep playing the game. So she was playing the game. So come on now, Elise. Grab a card. So that can be taken in different ways. It can be like, "Come on, now, it's your turn," because like you playing a game and somebody ain't like hurrying up and grabbing their card and taking their turn. You're like, "Come on now, come on now." All right, it could be like, "Come on," like try to get her to like play, like, "Come on, like grab a card and like participate." The treaty does not recognize that charge from Mexico. Okay, I'm not gonna go over it again in this live. That's not the hold up. If that was a hold up, it would not actually be even to the level it is. It has already progressed past that point of that. The DOJ and FBI is already working on what they have. And what I said before, femicide is murder. Google femicide is murder, and murder is in the treaty. So I'm not going to go over that again in this live. If they say murder is in the treaty for Mexico and United States, and then femicide is murder, then it is. And I know somebody made a joke before, like, oh, somebody talking about Snickers and Skittles. They took away the analogy and they took it the wrong way. I said that Skittles and Snickers are candy. So if someone says, I can't charge you with anything unless you're candy, Skittles and Snickers will be included as candy. It might not be called, like the label doesn't say candy, but everyone knows it's candy. So like I said, that was just an analogy or example trying to break it down. I'm not going to go into the details. And basically, I'm saying femicide is murder, just a different way, like a different label. Femicide, infanticide, parenticide. There's a different all different labels of different types of murders. Murder is murder, but sometimes it's
Thank you.
But to be specific, like candy is candy, but to be specific, people will say, I want Skittles, I want Knollers, I want Snickers, I want this and that. And then murder is murder, but be specific, people will say, it's femicide, is infanticide, is parenticide, is fratricide, is sinicide, is genocide. And the list goes on and on and on, but it's still murder at the end of the day. So I'm not going to repeat that in this live. Hit the like button. It's free to support the channel.
Thank you. I agree with you. I tried to explain that too.
And we have to remember, if we say the FBI is not going to investigate, or they're going to close it out because of that. But then I call and I got an email from the FBI agent. Okay, let me open it. But yeah, if I call, what was I saying before this? What was I just saying before I opened my email?
You was talking about that you I forgot.
Dang. Okay, so let me see what the comment was. I forgot what the
You was
comment
talking about the different terms of feminicide, genocide, infanticide, parenticide, and the candies and stuff like that. But murder is murder.
Yeah, murder is murder. Oh yeah, so basically, so yeah, people keep on saying that, but I don't know how many times I have to say it. Like, I already called the Department of Justice and spoke with the FBI, and the case is ongoing. If it was going to be closed because it's the wrong charge, then the Department of Justice wouldn't be investigating with the FBI. It's already moved past that. Once it gets to the Department of Justice and they have a case and she has a victim advocate and all that, y'all are behind the step. She would not even get a case with the DOJ and all that if it was not. They were not.
I tried to explain that to them. I was like, I am gonna be confident that all the different U.S. governmental department that this case has been through already, that it doesn't take someone who is retired, who work in that field, in that particular area of expertise, to come out of retirement to pinpoint to our local government that is working now in the day-to-day current operation that there is a mistake of this gravity, and it's been 3 months and a half. Nobody has noticed it. I have a lot of confidence in Mary Garland, Ken Salazar. So I know if that would have been the case, it was long time ago solved and the case proceed. So unless I hear it from them that is the whole up, it is not the whole up.
That was actually put out by the Nancy Grace show, Irv, and he also
sensationalism, and then it is so funny how people will gravitate. Our people will gravitate so fast to listen to everything put out there, but when we talking, it's not important. Why is that?
Irv, he has like expertise, but he also stated, like, people have to remember, he didn't say he's not working on this case. He has expertise, but he also is behind on the case as well. And secondly, he actually started off his sentence with, This is just speculation.
Mm-hmm.
But even when
And
he
he,
say it's just speculation, it still carries a lot of weight because of his former title, like his expertise or knowledge or expected know-how of everything. But even when he spoke, he didn't know everything that was going on with the current case.
yes, he even had to ask Nancy Grace not once but 3 times, what is the charge? He didn't even know it was feminicide. So it's like I say, I listened to what he was saying. I thank him for his service, and I took his area of expertise as important, but I did not totally fall with the fact that that was the holdup, because we would have known that. I would expect, something like that to be addressed immediately by all the different departments that this paper would have passed through in order to get all the way to the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. She has a victim advocate at the Department of Justice. And keep this in mind that this is actually not something I just pulled out of thin air. I actually, on a recorded phone call, I actually called the Department of Justice. So a lot of times I actually try to do that. I try to actually make a phone call so people actually hear me talking to someone. I talked to the Department of Justice, and her case is there, and then she has a victim coordinator, and also is already at the attorney's office. If you actually listen to that Nancy Grace audio, he actually states that once it goes through, that she'll be assigned an attorney. And guess what? She has been. So it has progressed to the point that he mentions. So that means it's past that step, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to actually put together the pieces of the puzzle. He said that once it gets to a certain point, she will be assigned an attorney at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and she has been at the Department of Justice. So she has that. And then she also has a victim coordinator to help her through the process, or the family now, so she's no longer here. So the email from Shelley, it just says, she says the FBI does not provide specific updates on investigations, because I did ask some other questions, but she says our case is ongoing. And she wrote me, let me see. This time it's actually a Sunday, but she still wrote me, okay? So,
and I'm glad that you pinpoint that, because I had a question. Last weekend when the march was going on, there is a North Carolina activist on Jerome Barnett, who he mentioned on the interview that he did with Roland Martin after the march, that he was present when they called the FBI, or when the FBI called and told the parents that the FBI has done everything that they can do right now, that it was up to Mexico. So I was like, okay, but wait a minute. 2 weeks ago, when they did the interview with the best friend, there was statement from the FBI that this was an ongoing investigation, and they was performing a thorough and exhaustive investigation. So all of a sudden now, a week and a half later, the FBI is stating that they have done everything they can do. So why has this not hit the news, or why this has not been in a statement? But I am so glad, and God worked his mysterious way, that while I am on the phone with you, you got an email from Miss Lynch stating that this case is actually still ongoing, because this is the way misinformation gets started.
Yeah, that's why I reached out, because I had people writing me about this, and I'm like, oh, that's not true. Here is the thing. If you actually watch Roland Martin's video, I can actually pull it up now, since we can clarify this. The activist actually says two different statements in the same video. So that tells me that one of his statements is probably old, and then one is new. Right?
Yes, because he also referred to the State Department, right?
I will actually pull up that Roland Martin, but he actually messes up in the video, not like intentionally, I'm saying, but he actually says in one part, like within minutes, he says, one, that they've done all they can do, is why they send out letters to Mexico. And then in the second breath, he's like, oh, when actually I was talking, I was with the family to see my meeting with the family at my attorney's office. the FBI called the mother as the sister while we were there, and they said that they're working on it, or they got something special to say or something. So I actually pulled that up. So I'm like, 1 minute you're saying that they done all they can do, and then the next you're saying they're still working on it, which is facts.
Thank you. Thank you. You should see my face right now. I have a big smile, and I don't know if you know, I'm recuperating from a stroke, and this is actually the first time that I want to go out, like to try to walk down to the beach. If I haven't done now, haven't been home in 5 years, and I came here because of an emergency with my family members. And this is the first time that I actually find it like I want to go out to the beach, because this case has been very stressful, because when you think that you're making progress, then you're being attacked again because of a lot of misinformation. And then there's also a lot of people who are not keeping up with the case on a daily basis, and they come in with questions of stuff that happened a long time ago, and you find yourself frustrated trying to explain to them the beginning of the ABC when we already like in the M. You know what I mean? And it's difficult.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're feeling better, and yes, go out and enjoy your life and take, like, the self-care is important. So I'm glad you're feeling better enough to go out and do that, and make sure you go out and do it and actually just have some me time. Take care of your mental, and self-care should always be number one. Okay. And another thing also to keep in mind about online is that no matter what you say and how much evidence you have, how much proof you have, and everything else, if someone people will still believe what they want to believe. So to lower your levels, like to make sure you are not kind of taking it too hard or getting too. I will actually say this. This is my thing on my channel. You can believe what you want to believe. I believe what I want to believe. Okay, I'm just gonna put out the information. Okay, I'm saying I'm gonna put out the information. Everybody believe what they want to believe, because I've learned that no matter what proof you have, what evidence you have, people will still believe what they want to believe. And you can talk all day and you can call, I can make phone calls, I can send emails, I can post this receipt and that receipt, and people will still question it and run with something else. And that's perfectly fine. So once you like let it be and realize that no matter what you say or do, there's going to be people that's going to be going against you and going against what you're saying, and believe it totally different, or like not even twisted, but we can all watch the same video and then come away with it a different perspective of what you saw. So I kind of like, if you can just like think about, I'll put out information, and then from there people will consume it how they want to consume it. I'm just doing my job of putting out the information, and then they're doing their job as consumer to consume it. And then however they consume it, I ain't trying to be funny, but once you do your job, you log off and let people consume, right? Now, sometimes I won't put out something if I believe that it will be consumed, like it will be a lot of negative consumption, and people will twist and spin too much to where it would hurt or damage someone to the point of that wouldn't be fair. So sometimes I won't put something out because I know they can get kind of crazy on here, wants to spawn and twist into some weird stuff. But yeah, so just put out your information and just walk away and say, there's going to be people that's going to agree with what I put out, and there's some people that's going to disagree, and there's going to be some people in the middle of it, but you've done your job as the reporter or the creator. I
appreciate your advice, because I don't even have a content creator page. I don't do that. This is my first time in YouTube. The only reason why I am here is because I noticed that Geraldo needed help with the Spanish and English, and I am fluently on both language, even though I have a Caribbean accent. But I am very good at speaking Spanish, and I said I could help. I could be that gap. And despite the fact I was in my healing, I find the strength like to reach out and get involved. And I was just helping, volunteering, but he was the one who said, "You're part of the team," and he welcomed me. And that's how it developed. But it was like I had YouTube since 2013, but I only used it to watch movies. I didn't know anything about this word, and in a month I was like, "Oh my God, this is so vicious." It was a little bit too much for me. I am a massage therapist, so I like to be calm, relaxed, and serene. And I feel like I was in a war zone. But I appreciate your advice.
Yeah, your job is to put out information and update. It's kind of like even like news, like the news, right? The news is they go live, they put out they go put out their news articles, they post it, and then from there they move on to the next story or the next content, and then they let people leave all their comments. And a lot of times they let their comments or spread it or comment on it and share it, and then they move on to the next topic or the next piece of information or next investigation. Yeah, so that's you've done your job once you put the information out, and then from there the consumer's job is consume and then give their thoughts and opinions on it. And sometimes their opinions will not be in alignment with yours, and that's perfectly fine because everyone will have their own thoughts, and that's actually good. To be honest, I actually don't like to have a lot of people agreeing everything with me, because sometimes someone can disagree and then their actual comment will actually like, oh, you know what? Let me think about this from a different angle. It actually opens up new questions that I might even have, or I could see something from a different angle or a different perspective. Yeah, and then of course just avoid anything that you feel like is too toxic or too something that's like, some people, like I avoid some channels that go too left because that will actually get on my nerves, listening to a channel that's too left. I'm not going to mention channel names, but they are too far left, and I just try to avoid that channel because it's too far left. But as far as on my channel, I will address differences of opinion as long as it's respectful.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I have to like kind of get out of my feelings because I feel like I've been attacked because of my race, because of being Hispanic, even though I am a Black African Caribbean. It was like, wow. But every day it's a learning experience. And I am grateful that I'm speaking with you today because I really feel like I could take a deep breath, and I'm like, okay, finally somebody who is, you're not agreeing everything with me, but at least on the way that your mind process information, or your sort of thinking kind of align with mine. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, you have to be open a lot of times. It takes like a level of maturity. You just have to people can just disagree, like have difference of opinion. To me, as long as people have a difference of opinion, we're both respectful towards each other, and also I keep in mind the common goal at the end of the game. At the end of the day, the common goal is justice for Shanquella. So as long as we're both on the same team, if you're like an op, you're like trying to expose Shanquella and attack her and all that, then I wouldn't be on a panel with you. But if your goal is the same as mine, then we can still like be on the same panel, because we both have the same end goal and game. This is from the FBI. Shelley Lynch. It's a Sunday. She still responded. It says the FBI does not provide specific updates on investigations or cases ongoing. So the case is still ongoing, has not been closed, and they're not. This ongoing means ongoing. Exactly what it means. It has not been paused or stopped, or they're not just waiting on Mexico, and they've done all they could do. And that's why I said this is from FBI Shelley Lynch. And also right now I'm trying to get everybody to email Leah from the Department of Justice, because I want to have two contacts. I want to have contact at FBI, and I also want to have contact from the Department of Justice that's straight from the source. It's not like expecting like a middleman or somebody in the middle. And even though I told her I'm not a part of the media, I told her I did start a petition. So she's now updating me on updates. Oh, let me go back to what you said, to address what you said too about your race being a possible why you were somewhat being attacked on some levels. And I will say that goes back to what I said earlier about the level of trust and what this foundation was built on. Right now, there is Mexico. Then this happened to an African-American woman, 25, and she was killed in Cabo. And from day one, she did not really get full justice. And that happens a lot. And it's in America, everywhere, it seems, right? And race is always considered because race does play a factor in how Black women or Black people are treated, no matter where they are. So for her to go over there and then this to happen and her not to get justice, there's a level already of mistrust or distrust because of how systemic racism and how we're treated overall by other races. Okay, that's not saying that everybody is racist, but we have to just remember that it happens a lot where there's not the same treatment or justice or fairness across the board. So there is distrust or mistrust. Second, and then don't forget that the Cabo 5, they also lied and there was mistrust or distrust there as well. So there was just a lot of just lies, cover up, distrust, mistrust. There's also like racism and everything else into play. And if Shanquella was white, if she were white, would this have played out the same way? That's the question that remains. So with that, is it possible that some people have treated you a certain way because of your race? I will probably say yes. It's because it's Mexico, and a lot of times people feel like she was mistreated because and she didn't get her fair justice and fair treatment as a Black woman in Mexico and on vacationing. Okay. And people can say, well, there's no racism here. Usually, even like the slightest bit, there is racism because you can say, if she were white, would the doctor have listened to the Cabo 5 and said, hey, I'm going to insist that she go to the hospital, and y'all are saying no, I'm just going to let y'all decide? Most likely she will just, no, she will call herself. It's a lot of things in it. And also like, it's just a lot of things in there. We already know there's racism involved and fair treatment. It might not be as extreme sometimes, but there is a level of racism involved when we're seeking justice, especially in America and everywhere. So,
but I just wanted to make clear to people, I am a Black African person. My color is as dark as chocolate. So I kind of feel privileged that I'm helping Geraldo because I do understand I've been living in this state for 30 years, for a decade. So I understand all the systemic racism and stuff like that. And like I said, she is the color, Shanquella is the color of my children. And I am her color. She is my sister. She could have been my daughter. So it's like, sometimes people be speaking out of the mouth. And I'm like, just because I speak Spanish doesn't mean that, I am in a different color. I'm the same color of all of you all, and my only purpose is to get justice for Shanquella. And not everybody in other cultures, regardless whether they are here in the U.S. or Mexicans or any other race, they are racist. There's people who actually are working from the heart. So that's all I wanted to clarify. Sometimes we got to be careful on how we address other people from other races because it hurts. But other than that, I do understand what you're saying. If she would have been white, this would have already been all over. It would have already been solved. And probably not with the extraditions, but we would have getting more media coverage constantly without no cessation. It would have been in the daily news, just like the Idaho 4 was until it got resolved. So I agree in that with you.
Yes, it definitely would be more news without actually having to do a lot of lead work ourselves and pushing. It would definitely be a lot more news, and also there would be reporters probably even going to Mexico reporting on it.
Exactly.
They would have, to me, from the first time, like going to the villa, they would have already started a proper investigation. So justice starts from day one. Like every victim of a murder or crime, the justice starts the first day when the police arrive and everybody arrives on scene. Number one, the paramedics or anybody. Number two, it starts with evidence collection. So if they didn't go out on the scene and did proper like evidence collection, that already kind of interfered slightly with some of the investigation at the crime scene, right? So so since she wasn't treated fairly like through the whole justice process, then that already led to mistrust as well. So yeah, so Mexico, and then so yeah, you are in racist, but a lot of times if you are receiving some lash, and sometimes it can be where it's a distrust or mistrust, and just because of your accent, right? But for the most part, as long as people are putting out the correct information, and if something is incorrect and then like retracting it, then people are fine with it.
And that is the question that we want to answer, right?
What is this right here? Okay, let me take down this thing. It says, my opinion, LA most recent photo he posted of Elise and Joy. I'm not body shaming, but the arm size of Elise versus Winter and slightly skin shade is different. I would say that it's Winter with the phone. To me, that video, I don't know if you're talking about the video picture, but I know that one video, to me, that doesn't look like Elise. If you actually look at Elise, she's like more thicker. She's bigger than that girl, and her face is different. To me, that doesn't look like her. Like I have a lot of pictures of Elise, and that doesn't look like her. She's not that small. Or yeah. So I don't think that looks more like her sister, because she has a sister that's skinnier. That looks more like her than the actual Elise. So that doesn't look like her. But everyone have their own opinion, but to me, that doesn't look like Elise, unless my eyes are just whatever. But that video didn't look like her to me. That looks like somebody skinnier. Yeah, skinnier. But yeah, let me go ahead and pull up that one. Where is it? I thought I had it up. Oh, it's right here. So yeah, the video of Roland Martin, where that community activist is speaking, he actually makes two different statements in the same video. For those that don't know about it, because I have people inbox me. That's why I messaged Shelley Lynch from the FBI. And someone, okay, if you're just getting here, you have to catch the replay, because yes, this is Nazir, and I posted a screen recording. The screen recording showing that it's him. I know like the real page of somebody, and this is his real page. It's him. So let's go ahead and go to the interview. So Roland Martin did an interview, and he had on the community activist. This isn't to say anything negative about the community activist now. I'm just saying that I think that one part of his interview was outdated information, and one was current information. And then that led to people thinking that the outdated information was current information, which is obviously now that means misinformation, right? So that's when I reached out to the FBI to actually show again that it's actually ongoing. And I already know it. See, the thing is, I already know it's ongoing, but to appease others and also to show others who believe in misinformation. As for viewers, sometimes I reach out just for viewers' sake because I already know the process and I already know that it actually is ongoing cases, right?
Mexico now. So now we're applying the pressure to Mexico, and yours truly may be going to Mexico to initiate some civil rights demonstrations.
Robinson was killed.
Now, I do like the idea of someone going to Mexico. Now, also, I do like Roland Martin. He also offers like platforms of like cases that are just getting off the ground. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed to Roland Martin. I like his channel, and also I like how he also spoke with the Jalen Lewis family. Not only twice, so once for like just the initial interview, and then he also did a follow-up and shared the petition. So shout out to Roland Martin. Make sure you actually subscribe to his channel. He's definitely helpful and uses his platform even for cases that are like less known. Okay.
In Mexico while vacationing with friends. Her family, North Carolina activists, they sent hundreds of letters to Mexico authorities to demand justice in her death. On Saturday, the group marched to a local post office to mail the pink letters asking Mexican authorities to do more to arrest the person or the persons responsible for her death. In November, Mexican officials began investigating the incident as a homicide. A warrant for one of the people on vacation with Robinson has been issued, but no arrest has been made. Joining us now from Charlotte, North Carolina, is John Barnett, a national civil rights activist. He helped organize the march and the letter campaign. So, John, again, so they announced a warrant, but my goodness, 3 months go by, no arrest. What are they saying to the family?
The FBI said, they're at a point where they've done everything they can do. And this, we have to keep in mind, this is not in Sanford, Florida with Trayvon. This is not in Ferguson with Michael Brown. This is in Mexico.
Okay, that statement he made right there is what led to misinformation and confusion. Okay. The case with the FBI and Department of Justice is still ongoing. Nothing has changed. And in fact, I had just recently spoke to the FBI already. Okay, I'm not gonna now. I will send an email every maybe 2 weeks, but I'm not gonna send one all the time because that could be annoying. And yeah, I'm just saying, of course we want updates, but I don't want to mess up my connection. So since it's only like periodically, I'm not gonna say, oh, like every day, is there an update? Is there an update? I'm not gonna send that. I'll send one like every 2 weeks so I can keep my connection. Because if I mess up a connection, then y'all want answers, and then I won't be able to get answers, right? So I have to make sure I try to keep it professional at least when I reach out to people and like space it out. But yeah, this is misinformation right here. It's not like, oh, they've done all they can do. And then in fact, in this same video, a few moments later, he actually proves my point. So pay attention. He proves my point that it's still an ongoing investigation. So let's keep watching.
And they're very, very slow there. A speeding ticket might take 8 months, where in Charlotte, it might take 60 days. So that's our challenge. So that's why we targeted Mexico to send letters to them to let them know how serious we are about the life of Shanquella Robinson. And it's very unfortunate because, the FBI said we pretty much done everything we could. It's up to Mexico now. So now we're applying the pressure to Mexico, and yours truly may be going to Mexico to initiate some civil rights demonstrations there, learning about their amendments and the whole nine. But my goal is to go there, and I'm giving them a time frame, 60 days. If I don't hear nothing back from these letters, because I'm sure by tomorrow morning, we had to spend $1.45 to send the letters over, which is the norm is like 50 cents. So we sent a lot of letters over. So I'm sure they're going to get about 500 letters, maybe more, in their mailbox.
Now, yes, I am in full support. A group of people going over there and now within reason, based like you said, to investigate their laws and how you can the right to assemble and everything else. You need to make sure what that is in Mexico. You don't want it to get locked up, right? But yeah, I am sure we all are in full support of people going to Mexico. Yes, 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 yes. We are in full support of people coming to Mexico, going to Mexico and protesting or doing something in Mexico. So definitely, John, I actually probably, to be honest, I reach out to him like, yeah, that is something that a lot of people will be on board with. And if he has any updates or anything else, then to give us updates, right? If he actually plans on going through with that, we will be in full support. So yeah, so he gives that information, saying the FBI has done all they could do with Mexico. And then later on, he actually admits that the FBI called and said it was still like ongoing, whatever else. But hold
on this Wednesday or Thursday, whatever time it arrives in Mexico, including President Joe Biden. And I want to thank you, Mr. Martin, real quick, because your show was instrumental in us pushing the movement for Emmett Till. Because of your show and a couple small shows similar to yours, we were able to Joe Biden actually watched the Emmett Till movie inside the White House with the family that I work with, Miss Priscilla Sterling and her family. So I want to thank you for being the first to run the Emmett Till story for us, because it was very successful. And now Joe Biden is going to prayerfully get on board with us about executing the warrant for her. That's another story, though.
And obviously the FBI is involved, but the State Department, have they said anything to you or the family? Are they involved in this as well?
Yes, they contacted. Actually, I had the family, the mother and the daughter, at my lawyer's office, Charles Everidge here in Charlotte, North Carolina. He allowed me to use the space to meet, and they actually called. The FBI called while we were in the meeting, and it was a female, and she had basically told the mother that we're doing something very special, and they did say that that Shanquella Robinson's case was at the top priority for them.
Okay, he misunderstood the question. The Roland was actually asking about the State Department. He was actually asking about the Mexico side of things. He wasn't saying like the Department of Justice, right? He was talking about the State Department, which is for Mexico. That would be like the Daniel De La Rosa Naya. Okay. He already had a question about the FBI. So then he answered the question by saying that the FBI contacted the family while he was meeting with them and said something was going to happen. I guess something special for them or whatever. He said it was a woman, and guess who? Most likely it's Shelly, because she's the spokesperson. She's the one that speaks out for the FBI, gives statements and everything else, right? So it's most likely Shelly, and I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is. You know what I hope? I hope it's the provisional arrest, right? Because that's what we've been stressing that to happen, like a provisional arrest, like going through that process. So what could she be talking about? Because provisional arrest is what we really want, pending extradition. So let me replay that part again. Hold on.
Basically told the mother that we're doing something very special, and they did say that that Shanquella Robinson's case was at the top. Had the family, the mother and the daughter, at my lawyer's office, Charles Everidge here in Charlotte, North Carolina. He allowed me to use the space to meet, and they actually called. The FBI called while we were in the meeting, and it was a female, and she had basically told the mother that we're doing something very special, and they did say that that Shanquella Robinson's case was at the top priority for them. So we'll see how that works out. But they've really been communicating very much so with the family, I guess, from the pressure of the media exposure that she's gotten. But it's still moving too slow for us. I told a reporter yesterday that if Shanquella Robinson's name was Madonna or Britney Spears, those 6 individuals, the Cabo 6, would be locked up by now.
Absolutely. Look, it is a very long time here. And so you have this campaign. How many letters were actually sent?
I think we emailed and we sent letters this past Saturday at Little Rock Amazon Church, Charlotte. I would say almost close to 800 was sent. And we did both email and we did letters. We had over close to 150 people marching with us. And we also sent letters to President Joe Biden as well. We're trying to get Vice President Kamala Harris to use this as a little push for her sitting in that seat. We really was kind of targeting her, to get on board with us as well. She's a female. She should be able to connect with this case. So we sent the letters also to President Joe Biden. He got a lot of letters.
Right then. Well, John, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And keep up the good work and keep us abreast of what happens next in this case.
You sure will. Thank you for your.
Folks, my panel today, I'm going to talk.
So yeah, as you can see, he started off saying what the FBI was saying, like they done all they can do, waiting on Mexico, and then he actually said like that was actually outdated. It was outdated information. And then he actually said, "Oh, actually, at a meeting I just had with the mother and sister, the FBI called while doing that meeting and said that that Shanquella's case was top priority." And remember, I told you to keep pressure on this whole thing to keep her at the top at the bookshelf, the top priority, and on the bottom shelf to collect the dust and everything else and going cold, right? So they're saying that she's still a top priority and that they have something special. I wonder what it is. To be honest, they probably even reached out because of the statement he made. He made that same statement. That community activist made the same statement at the event on the 18th that it was like nothing else that could be done. So she probably wanted to clarify that and said that isn't true. Her case is still a top priority, which I already knew it was, right? But that's how misinformation spreads. And I have people in my inbox writing me saying they've done all they can do. And they're like really sad because they really want justice for Shanquella, right? And I understand. So then I have to email and try to clarify this information. So now I hope that's clarified for everyone here to see that not only is it still ongoing based on even my email I just got today. Where is it? It's still ongoing based on my email I got today. And on top of that, it's a top priority. And that something special. What could it be? Now, to me, I need provisional arrest of designated Manhan Jackson. Are you still there, Lisa?
Yes, I am. I just mute, so.
Okay.
But I'm here. I am here. But that is good that she contacted you and clarified that situation. As I know, as far as the Mexico side, the investigation is still very much ongoing.
Yeah, receipts, Hunter, receipts. Hey, Shell, I'm glad you like me saying that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of here, y'all, because I already told other people that I was gonna actually go on my other channel as well. I've been on here for a long time. I definitely would love to read all these comments, but it looks like I'm actually 2 hours behind the comments. I'm already on E. I woke up already and I already like sent out 2 emails, like and contact the FBI and everything. So I just have to take a little bit of a break so I can actually even go on my second channel. And I appreciate you coming up as well, Lisa. And you're welcome to come back again. Okay.
Thank you very much. I enjoy you.
Nice dialogue. Hey, Kiva. Hey, Dani Miles in chat. I have shared this live out and I am in the bushes listening. Hey, girl. Hey. People continue with the false narrative on the arrival date for Nazir because their pride won't allow them to concede to their era. Yeah, to be honest, I actually will admit, I was like, to be honest, I had a different opinion at first, but then as more evidence and things came out, then my opinion changed on the level of culpability or responsibility for him, right? And also, if Elise wasn't in the room, or whoever, which one wasn't in the room, then that person will obviously. There are some people for homicide for the actual tag, and then there's others for accessory accomplice, accessory before the fact, or accessory after the fact. And then there's Nazir, who I think is more of a civil case, if it, but it will be hard. And then there's a doctor, which is medical negligence. Now, what I mean by Nazir is someone could attempt to sue him for like negligence, but it doesn't mean that they will actually win. That's what I mean by that. And also, to be honest, hopefully that there's for his sake, you better hope that the Maid provided like a lot of visuals for Shanquella's condition, because she will be the first one that sees Shanquella after the attack that wasn't a part of couple 5. She'll be the first, and then Nazir, and then the doctor, right? Because if it's only the couple 5 that saw her condition, like her, and then the Maid saw her next, so she had to, hopefully she described exactly how she saw her. It's less likely that they will accuse the Maid of doing something compared to Nazir, right? I do think that it was possibly trying to set him up a little bit. I don't know why they would actually leave him, but sometimes if you know something happened, you won't want to be around the body or around the person. Like, who would want to be in the room? Like, after you attack someone, you know what happened to them. They can see, they can hear, but they can no longer move. You know, they can't move their body. They can't even speak anymore. And you know they were brutally attacked. Would you want to be in the same room with that person on the trip? If you're trying to cover it up, you probably want to be in another room, like away from it, right? I don't know. So that's probably why they kept her in a different room, and then like say, oh, she's in the game room, and then they have Nazir going there and she's in there. Weird. Dani and Lisa, who do you believe is to the left in the video? Khalil. And that the reason I say Khalil is because people go by how there's two different Khalils, and what I mean by that is there's like the skinnier, thinner Khalil, how he looks when he's skinnier, and then there's one where he's like has more meat on his bones, like he's like more meatier and bigger. So if you actually go to his he took his Facebook down now, but if you actually look at some of his pictures, pay attention to the one that's more slim or skinnier, and then you'll get a better picture. If you look at the one that's more thicker, then he looks different. And then his beard, in some pictures, his beard is thicker, like way bigger and thicker. And then sometimes it's like he has a low cut beard. I don't know all about this facial hair stuff. What do you think, Lisa?
For me, it is Khalil, Malik, and with the girl, I am now not sure which one of the two was it.
Well, based on like the voices and everything else, people were saying that Malik was the one recording in the middle. So then obviously it would be Khalil is the only one left to the left. That would be a male here. So Khalil. Even on a private jet, your name is listed. I can prove that unless they are part of a cover-up. I don't know. Dani, the word is Mexico got them out of there privately. That's why their return tickets are still dated. Mexico flew them out. Could be false, but it kind of makes sense. Nah, I doubt that. I doubt that. But to me, I understand people questioning that part of it, but I am more focused on the actual brutal attack and what transpired up until she was like murdered and up until the time she was sent back to the United States. As far as how people, as far as their flight home, like how they got back home, I know they took a like, let me see. As far as their flight back home, I don't really see how that's relevant or important to the whole thing. Like how they got back home. Now, their arrival time in Cabo is important because it establishes a timeline of events for the murder and when things possibly happened and when they arrived and everything else, and how the whole thing was like whatever. But their departure, like how they arrived, like what mode of transportation and their flight home, doesn't really matter. Now, exactly how when they left, some people say, oh, when they left Mexico. So I guess people want to know like their flight time so they can see when they left, like when they departed Mexico. Is that the questioning? I guess I'm trying to understand the whole point or purpose of knowing their flight time leaving Cabo. I guess I was more focused on the actual murder, and yeah, so I don't know. The bottom line, anyone on a flight will have their name recorded with a checked ID prior to boarding a flight. That's something that I could probably look into and try to figure out. But unless I actually figure out how or why it will actually be at the top of my list to actually do, like why, what would be importance? Like what would be the importance of me actually looking into that or getting that information compared to something using my time for something else? That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. If you have not signed and shared the petition, Justice for Shanquella Robinson, please do so. We need answers. Just change.org/Shanquella. I don't even think that he even responded to my, even read my last messages, Nazir. I'm actually curious to know if I called Winter Donovan's mom, would she actually answer the phone, or does she have my number as blocked or do not answer? When you start moving through customs, you go to a portal. What does that say? Or a passport, didn't get a ticket. There it comes out. That's given to the attendant. On your next step, the ticket reflects. Miss Mary says, I felt from the jump like Nazir had no clue as to what was going on. I have never met Nazir, but I do believe he was set up just as well as Shanquella was, to be honest. This is my opinion in that. Yeah, that's like, I don't know. That is to be a kind of a setup to arrive there and then say that she's in the game room and then to be lied about her condition and then no one's telling you the truth. And then now you're considered the last person to be around her before the doctor arrives. And everybody knows, people always say in a murder, like, who's the last one seen with her while she was alive? But the doctor was, really. So that kind of helped that the doctor came. If she had died while in Nazir's care, he will be in some deep trouble, right? The doctor came, so then she died in the doctor's care. So now the doctor was the last person like with her. But if she had died in Nazir's, like while he was with her, child, that setup would have went all the way into place. Well, not all the way, because they already had made a call out for alcohol poisoning, but he would be a more of a whatever, if not. Yeah, I'm not really, unless someone can give me a good reason, I'm not gonna really get all into their flight back home unless it's a slow day and I have nothing else to do but to do that.
Can I say something towards that regard? I think what they're trying to establish is the scheduled trip was until that on Monday the 31st, and I had hear rumors that they apparently they left the Sunday, which was October 30th, on actually allegedly Dejanay's own birthday. So is Shanquella died on the 29th, and they felt the need to change the plane ticket to a earlier day, keeping into consideration that at least flew all the way to Cabo, Mexico with after her sister died because she didn't want to lose the money. Having to change your ticket for an earlier flight at the last moment, that's going to have a charge. So, what was the difference between waiting until your actual flight on the 31st to leave Mexico and leaving in a rush the day after?
Here's
So
my
I guess
question.
that is. Mhm.
Here's my question on that. Once she died at the villa and they had to investigate it as now, like investigate it, I was told that was like that they did like investigate the crime scene. Like they didn't consider it like a crime scene, but they still investigated. Or like the police came out and like I don't know. And one part I did see like an article. I have to go back and look at it. It has like kind of like we have the crime scene investigators over here. Like some people who came out there to the villa. Can they actually still stay at the villa after she died there, and they have to look, they have to like examine the villa or whatever else? Like could they still stay there, or did they have to leave? So basically, did they leave by choice, or did they actually have to leave the villa once it was found out that she died there? Or could they just still stay there? They would take Shanquella's body, and then the rest of the couple could stay there. I don't know.
That's a great question.
Because if they could still stay there, then they could still they could like mess with the everything there. So I don't know.
But if they was not able to stay there, that means that they will have they have to incur into more charges to get a hotel for one day, for one night, and then also if they left the Sunday, change their ticket. If they left the Monday, will that incur in a hotel for another extra night?
To be honest, they probably wanted to get out of there because they didn't want. Once her body was taken away, they had no longer control of it over her body. Okay. With her there, they have control over her body. Like they can say, the doctor can insist, hey, she needs to go to hospital. She needs to go to hospital, and they can say no, 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 or they can also like say, oh, this happened or that happened. But once the body is taken, they already know it's going to go to a medical examiner, and it's going to go to a doctor. It's going to go to somebody that's going to examine that body. So to me, I would want to get out of Mexico. And even if I didn't take a flight because I couldn't get a flight, I would actually. Mexico is not like you have to go overseas. Mexico, you can actually just hop on like there's other transportation modes of transportation. So even if I didn't take a flight, I will take whatever I could take to get out of Mexico. You don't have to take a flight to get out of Mexico.
You're right.
So I would get out of Dodge. Right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I would get out of Dodge because nobody want to go to that Mexico jail, especially if they're going to hold you until to ask you more questions. They was not going to hold you in a hotel. They would definitely was going to put you in a cell.
Yeah. So most likely they wanted to get out of there. They wanted to get out of there, and And if it came out, like, I don't know, I haven't checked to see like the return flights or anything. But I'm just saying, like, Mexico is not like overseas, so someone can actually take they can actually do more than one mode of transportation. Like, they could take one transportation to a certain point, and then the next point, when they get to another destination or point, they could take a different route. But I at least would want to cross the border. Like, even if I cross the border, and then I would go to like a different airport once I cross the border, and then take that flight, because I'll now be in the United States. So I don't know. So I can actually look into that, but I'm not going to say it's like at the top of my priority list, to be honest. It'll be other things I'm working on now, but I can actually look into like return flights.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah,
you
so
have
I'll
the
add that
time.
to my list. Yeah. Let me go to. Okay, so Miss Solo says she thinks he would have stepped in. That's going back to the fight. So I'm going to actually skip down to some current comments and then getting off. But I think that some people like the open chat. So probably one day, without actually doing any like presentation, without actually reviewing any commentary or anything, it can just be like open chat where it's just nothing but comments, like reading comments from people, like from the subscribers. That way that people that don't go on panels, don't make phone calls, they can actually just have their comments read, because I think a lot of people want their comments read and just to have feedback, right? So in that case, I can just do a live one day where it's just me and whoever wants to join the panel, just responding to comments only without actually doing like a presentation. That way, like, people want their voices heard or their comments heard. I believe that's what I'm getting from all these comments. So maybe we need to set up something like that. I should set up a live like that. Okay, let's see. Not telling the doctor about the brutal assault and negligence on the part of the doctor created a clusterfuck cover-up, starting with the lie about alcohol poisoning prior to a toxicology report. Yep, they didn't tell the truth. That's why I said when they it starts with the Cabo 5, they did not tell the truth when they were about the concierge. If they had told the truth, and then the concierge would have responded differently. I respond one way if alcohol poisoning compared to someone say a brutal attack. It's two different responses. So that's why I said they didn't give the proper response. And if you think that they did tell about the brutal attack and the concierge helped cover up, then that's going into more conspiracy. And I really don't base stuff on conspiracy. The concierge has no reason to help cover up. They would lose their job and everything else. For strangers, no. But then some people will say, oh, well, it's money. So anyways, I don't get into all that. I try to stick to receipts, and then I try to base it off of my guesses or speculation off the receipt. The doctor is the person that is in Mexico, and I'm sure that she has plenty of calls from people traveling and vacation on house calls. She does house calls. I'm sure she has had plenty of calls of people drinking too much, and she had to bring an IV out. So she probably thought it was like a typical call of her having to come and do an IV for somebody that drank too much alcohol. But and like I said, she got there, and then I can only picture Shanquella with her eyes open and her trying to speak. That brings up something different than when if you go there and someone is like their eyes are closed and they're like completely unresponsive. Someone that has their eyes open is trying to speak or whatever. That's complete. That, trust me, that's like a whole different ball game. This is something I should have to look up, La Jessica, about the alcohol cases. Because there's a lot of alcohol poisoning cases. I've heard people state that, but I haven't looked it up to see the actual stats. So I would have to see the actual stats on it to see what that's all about. And actually, that's something to discuss based on if it's actual receipts of that. Yeah, a medical examiner already stated, and this is like a medical examiner with years of experience, that you can't just look at somebody and say, oh, they have outward fluctuation. He said you can't. So it's not like he can just walk in there and say she has that, but he can walk in there and see that she has the busted eye, busted lip, and a knot on her forehead. But he said he didn't see that first. But I have other questions for him as well, right? I'm gonna reach out, but I don't know if he'll actually respond. I don't think he actually read my last response because no, it'll show seen or whatever. He might have been like, yeah. Yeah, my last message says sent. My last message says spent. It don't say seen, child. So, wait. Yeah, someone sent me the video, but I'm telling you, that does not look like Elise in that video. That person is too slim. The face is too longer. That don't look like her. I'm sorry. It don't look like her in that video with Joy or Elise. It looks like somebody else. Like, go look at a bunch of her videos and pictures. Not videos and pictures, but pictures. Elise has like more of. She's slim, but she has curves. And she's tall. Like, I don't think I had that picture with me, but she's actually tall, like taller than Joy Elise by like a lot. So that doesn't look like her to me. In that video with Joy Elise, that people said we're partying, it doesn't look like her. I think that she lost that job at One Medical and she's like in hiding. That doesn't look like her to me. I don't have that picture with me. It was the picture of all of them wearing a helmet. Because I have different, I don't have it downloaded. But it was they were all wearing a helmet, and then she's standing up, and you can see her height. She's taller than Joy Elise by a lot, and she's thicker. That's why I don't think that girl is her. And at least her face is different too. Leo later says it could be that Nazir was set up to move her, but as far as I remember, he never said he moved her. He said we made it to the living room, which could mean they all took her. The thing is, he was making it seem like he was alone with her in the game room, and that other people were in another room, and then they started about cooking or something. So I think that he moved her to the game, from the game room to the living room to be with everyone else. And we could actually be him and Shanquella, because he's only when he's talking, he doesn't even mention the others besides they say they're gonna cook. He doesn't really talk about that. He says we made it to there, like he's talking about Shanquella, like we made it. He didn't say like we all went to the game, like we all made it to the living room. We all made it to the living room. He said we made it. It's kind of like he talking about Shanquella. Most likely she can't. She couldn't move at that point. She was paralyzed. So he had to pick her up and move her. So that's why I think he said we made it. Okay, but he still talked to her and didn't say anything about the fight, and we know that because the mom said it in the interview. He said that he said he didn't find out about them. He didn't know about everything until he saw the video himself. He said he saw the video himself that he knew about it, that he wasn't in the know. Aisha, I saw you being nice, nasty. Who should be nice, nasty to? Now, Aisha, you still here this whole time. I hope she's gone now, because this is like a long shift, girl. Now, I love you as a mom, but girl, might be a long shift to get out, stay on here this whole time. Has the maid, the chef, and the doctor been questioned by the FBI? Yes. According to Ivan, they've all been questioned. Dani, I don't remember the gentleman's name. Bruce Redman. His name is Bruce Redman. That unalived his wife in Mexico. We know it took time before sending him to Mexico, but do we know what was the charge? Was it femicide or murder? This was actually in a different jurisdiction with a different state attorney at the time. And no, it was not femicide. Wait. Well, I think on the extradition paperwork it said something about aggravated homicide. I think it's an aggravated homicide on that one. But remember, that's like old. That's old, right? And the reason I say it's old is because in recent times, Mexico, and at least in some place, at least in Baja California, sir, they have like cracked down on wanting to reduce or lower the levels of femicide in the area. They that's what they state. So femicide is something relatively new that they're trying to work on. So it'd probably be femicide now if it were to happen now, but that happened in 2010. I think that happened in 2010, right? So now in 2023, most likely be femicide because that's what they're trying to work on and categorize, right? Yeah. Then the maid said she was stiff and cold to the touch before Nazir arrived. Yeah. I mean, not yeah. That's hearsay. We haven't seen the maid statement. The maid made statements to the police, but we have not seen it. We have not seen the receipts. So hearsay is when somebody else says something, but we don't see any receipts or proof of it or evidence. So we can't just say, oh yeah, the maid said this or that. Where is the proof? And where did it come from? So we don't have receipts of it. Okay, but if you're just not getting here, I'm way in the live, and I already explained the reason of my live, and also I think that some questions have already been answered. So that question was actually answered in this live about what I think about the maid and, well, allegedly what the maid said. It's stressful because people think they should know everything the FBI knows. We won't know anything. We won't know some things until the trial begin or end. Yeah, and that's why she stated, the FBI stated to me today. Where is it? Right here, the FBI does not provide specific updates on investigations or cases ongoing. Okay. So they won't give you specific details, or any agency really won't give you too many details sometimes. It can compromise the investigation if they give too many. But sometimes people do. Sometimes when there is like a crime, some people that are involved do like still go on interviews and do all that, but most of the time their lawyers advise against it. They're like, don't do any interviews, don't do this, don't do that. But some people still do it. They still do it. Okay, let's see. The maid is the most important witness. Her testimony verifies that the Shanquella had transitioned. Not really, because she's not a medical expert. She's not a medical expert. She's not a medical professional. So, her testimony is not valid unless she actually did some kind of testing to see. Did she do like check her pulse or do anything like that? You can't just say, oh, somebody felt a certain way. And that's if that we actually haven't seen it. That's hearsay. Someone said that happened, and that's what was told, but nobody actually seen it or any proof of the maid saying that. No one has seen the maid statement. That's in the investigation file, and no one's going to get that information unless they have some kind of insider connection. They can actually post it, but there's nothing. So as of today, no one has seen the official statement from the maid. Nope, nobody. It's not in the police report that we saw, unofficial police report. It's not in there. Okay, y'all, that's it for today. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Sunday. I actually need to prep and get ready, take a break, and also I need to go back on, as promised. I already promised people on my main channel I will go on there today. So I want to try to keep my promise, and for that, I will have to end this live, but I promise I will actually have another day. Well, I won't actually present anything myself. I will just go over your comments and give feedback and get other feedback from everybody else. So thanks everybody for coming today. Have a great day. And also thank you to my mods. Aisha, you've been here. So thank you so much, girl. I love you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All my other mods that helped out. Hey, sincerely me. I will, like I said, I will schedule a different day where I will just go over comments, because I know as a subscriber, sometimes you just want your thoughts and opinions heard and feedback. Let's see. And that would be better, because on a live where I also present something to you, and then on top of that, I go over comments, that can lead to a long live. If I just set up a live where I just go over comments only with not any presentation, then that will actually give y'all a chance to speak your opinion or mine on the Shanquella Robinson case, because I feel like everybody wants to be heard or get their opinions out there, and not just from listen to a creator. Okay. Well, of course, when you leave a comment, I will give my opinion, like feedback or my thoughts on it. Obviously, to keep the conversation going. And anybody just getting here, just hit the like button. And it was something I had to say, but I can't remember it. Oh yeah, if I hear anything back from Nazir, I'll let y'all know, but I don't know if I will or not. But if I do, I will let y'all know, okay? Y'all know I always let y'all update. Oh, and some people wanted me to call back Winter's mom to see if she actually will answer. Let me see. I don't even know what I would actually say. The question I have, I guess most people would want to know, what would anybody want to know from Winter's mom anyway, really? The question would be, I guess some people like the biggest conspiracy is, was she in the room or was she in another room? Because some people are thinking some people think it's Elise, some people think it's Winter. I think it's Winter, and I think that Elise probably was not in the room, but I think that she probably helped cover it up. Because if she wasn't involved at all, homegirl would already be out here like, I'm not involved, I'm not involved. Kind of like Nazir. She would be out here saying she's not involved at all, but she's being too silent on mute. And also, like, to not be working at that job, when a medical IRA, she had to tell them something, like on her side of the story, to make them think that she was still something. I don't know. Why would they? I don't know. It does not really make sense. I think that she probably wasn't in the room, but part of the cover up, or she could have been like, she could be in the room, but Malik didn't span his camera all the way around the room. Let me see something here.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 33631.
She didn't answer. But if she calls back, I'll record it. Please call Winter mom back. Tell her you saw the video of Winter slamming Shanquella just to see what she will say. Let me try a different phone number. Let me try from a different phone number. Let me see. 336-314. Yeah. And
Please wait while we connect your phone call. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 33631.
okay, well, if she calls, sometimes she doesn't. She'll call back, right? Like last time she called back. If she does, sometimes it's weird when people call back, because let me tell y'all, when some people call back, I don't even have like a recorder ready. So then I have to ignore the phone call, or I try to have to hurry up and record, like get recording ready so I can record it. Because I don't want to answer a phone call if it's not recording. That'll defeat the purpose, right? I mean, it will help me to get an answer, but not for y'all nosy mess people out there, hunty. Y'all won't be able to hear if I don't record it, right? So I will say that you saw that video. So that's the one thing I will say. But and also I want to know if she was in the room. But if she calls back, I will answer those two questions, ask those two questions and see. But most likely once she hears me, she's gonna be like, click. Oh, the one also, I don't know if Ivan will actually answer. So Ivan was the one that let's see. No, I said I was gonna leave Ivan alone because I don't want to jeopardize his job, so I'm not gonna call him back. But he was the one that knew all the answers about like what happens at Collierville is like how they run their operation. Now Winter's mom, I will have a good day. Winter's mom, I will try to get some clarification on answers, but I don't know if she'll actually answer. All right, y'all, have a great. Oh yeah, thank you, Lisa, so much, and I hope you join me again. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you, Dani. Thank you also to your subscribers. Enjoy your day. Yeah, enjoy your Sunday too, and you're welcome to come back, Lisa, on my panel. Yes, Hunter. Yes. All right, y'all. Bye. And some of y'all already know Messy People will be on my Vago Live. I know y'all gonna be over there too. Yes, Hunter. Yes. All right. Bye.